Get my thing here. Get this thing up here. Get that thingy here. I want this. There it is.
Meanwhile, down Gym Pass tries to make the record for most godly number in that the game will allow.
Super long. Let's tone that down some. Pause on that for a moment. Paste. Send. Shut up, Patches. Meow. That's what you sound like. Meow. Guess I argue with my cats. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit. That wasn't right. Undo that. I want to delete that. I want to delete this. Damn it. Yeah. Thank God for undo bundles. All right, presumably everyone's had a long rest.
Yep.
Well, let me just go ahead and make some adjustments to some health levels here. Carrie, does Dr. Eyes have 125 hit points?
Yes.
That's amazing. Fucking phenomenal.
At 72.
Not as impressive. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Japan, but you come up slightly short.
I would say, well, Dr. Eyes could be the new Tex, as they only have 99 hit points, but...
Well, he's also a druid. He can just wild shape and get even more fucking hit points. He just stacks hit point bars.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Master Creed, you have 80. Kevin Torg, 90.
I have 87.
Okay, that means this
and
hasn't
I
updated
have
yet.
99.
That means that hasn't been updated yet. And yeah. Japan, how many do you have?
72.
72. All right, those adjustments have been made. Retainers are lower level than they should be. They should be level 6. They should have hit level 6 when you guys hit level 11. I just did the math. They started at 3 when you guys are level 5, and they go up 1 for every 2 you go up. So they should be a higher level than this. You have 6 health levels, not 5. Where'd she go? There she is. Bark, bark. Bow wow. Bow wow wow. Bow
Bork,
wow 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 wow.
bork, bork.
Bow wow wow wow. Wow wow wow.
Stupid mouse. Stop being stupid. Come on. Come on. Boy, if you don't stop following me.
Is that in the millions now?
Brilliant.
Yeah, I kind of wish that was my checkbook. Then again, I don't think none of it. I don't think any of us wanted to agree about that.
I was just doing some number checking to make sure things were as they should be. All right. Everything appears to be ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, how are we today?
Pretty good.
Still alive.
Here. Who would like to recap what happened last time?
Not me, as I legitimately can't remember.
Creed cleaned the bottom of the ship, got pissed off at the other ship because they called him basically a commoner and beneath them. So he put a giant sea urchin on the bottom of their ship out of spite. And then he found out the crew wants to rob him, and he left.
Well, that's because one, they're arch rival from people we actually want to get along with, and two, they sounded the most godly ship. I'm pretty sure, unless that if it wasn't for the cannons on board, I'm pretty sure people would have robbed them a long time ago. But it's why you and your crew are going to poison their food, so we got a better chance to actually sneak going up on them before we hit cannon fire, which obviously we can't outmatch the cannons. In other words, we gotta get this as short range as possible.
If you think that's wise.
And
That's up to you to decide. I won't tell you otherwise. Let's see. Or D10, yes. D10.
and now that I think about it, we should hit the ship's med bay to make sure that they don't have any instant cure poisoned.
Raid the supplies.
Are you suggesting to sabotage their medical supplies?
We're gonna
Well,
sabotage their
you are.
food.
Poisoning food, infecting bandages. That's terribleness. Change was wondering.
And yet, somebody wants to blow up the ship with fire.
No, if we're gonna fly a red flag, we might as well just blow up the ship and have me and Creed scoop up the remains. But we're flying a black flag today because we're
You
not
do realize
complete savages.
that to blow it up, okay, now scatter the cargo. Most cargo's in crates and containers. You blow it up, right? And there's no more crates and containers. There's just bits and debris. That's a lot of cleaning and salvage, which is stupid. You may get 1 or 2 boxes good, but
Generally, if your intention is the prize, you don't want to damage the goods.
That's a good point.
Don't intercede. Wow. Fun. It's gonna be fun. Okay, I think I'm gonna restart my Roll20 because it's being an ornery piece of shit right now. Fair enough. Go ahead and get your ambience going here. And I should be ready now. Anything else that's going on, I'll probably try and take care of while you guys are role-playing. So, you awaken, beautiful morning. I assume you're actually below decks and or inside one of your areas to discuss your plan. So let me go ahead and change that ambience real quick. Nope.
Morning glory.
What are you doing?
Morning glory, everyone. Let's get some breakfast.
Yes.
Alright, so according to the plan so far, after we sit down at the table just so far, and I'm reading off Creed's notes, they happily puts it on this Discord right here.
alright.
As soon as I can find them.
Go to Discord and scroll up.
Just a little bit.
Maybe like a couple inches.
I meant to find the thing on my. Never mind. Creed's plan. Step 0. Lend Drucilla.
We put Drucilla on a loading program, and we let people rent her out.
Like Krieg's ever spoke bow to Drucilla. Krieg's ring of stealth sporing and with Dementia door for a quick escape. Shifts medallion to thought of Drucilla. Ritual casting breathing on ice through the seal for about an hour so they can infiltrate the ship. Please let me know one getting something wrong. If we have storms ascending says messages, Crete would take one and notify the captain and me about the preset ship's departure. Step 1. Ice, Drucilla, and Crete will depart the ship. The ship will depart with the plant, and the plant will be for those who stay on the ship.
Okay, that's you and Jim Penn's department.
Yeah, we're going to just leave. We're just going to sail by and look for an island to ambush them on. Like step 2.
Ring of spell storing, is that an attunement item?
Yes, she'll have to attune to it, which she could easily do.
Step 2. Drucilla and Ice, as a spire and provide backup for Drucilla if she needs it, will sneak aboard the priest ship and poison the food. And when she sees fit, she affect their departure, and poison will wake them or knock them out. If the ship departs with Drucilla and Ice can disembark, Crete will.
Hello?
Oh?
We really need your help.
All right, give me a moment. I'll come up there.
Okay.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Something. Okay. When the ship
guys.
when the ship departs before the Ice can disembark, Crete will assume
We've got an emergency vet. We've got an emergency vet call, so I'm gonna have to pause out for a bit.
Yeah,
Okay, no problem.
go do what you gotta do. I'll finish reading your plan.
My steps are pretty much I'm not having to do much on this end, but I've planned enough to where I'm good.
I know. I'll run you for you.
All right.
If the ship departs before Drucilla and Ice disembark, Crete will assume they have chosen to stay. If they chose to disembark before the ship leaves, then Crete will be out of time with Crete crazy to see the ship depart. Step 3. When
the ship leaves Creed, we'll cast Phantom Steed and travel to the southernmost part of the island. If he has Ice in tow, he will have Ice transform into a fast-swimming beast to get you guys onto the ship. If he's alone, he'll just fly or swim over there himself. Or he'll wait there for their return to retrieve him, if you guys have already left by the time he gets there.
And obviously, we're flying the black flag because we're not savages, and we don't want to kill everyone unless they will.
We only kill combatants or those who resist.
Yeah.
So
there's no reason why we can't be civil.
Just because we're robbing you doesn't mean we can't be civilized robbers.
We don't have to be civilized. We're robbers.
Yeah.
We're already breaking civil.
I was thinking of that scene from 300. Whenever I say something like, there's no reason why we can't be civilized. Like they're going through the battlefield, like finishing off those who are still alive, and it's like, there's no reason why we can't be civil. None, sire. As he's like stabbing, twisting, and pulling a spear out of his chest. It's like, he's like, he stomps his foot onto his chest. And he's just like, and it's like, no reason why we can't be civilized. Sling, none, sire. Absolutely none, sir. Thank God.
Oh boy.
Eating morning breakfast.
Oh boy. Any adjustments or plans or updates to the plans that you could think of Creed's plans we could think of?
Honestly, it's a pretty well thought out plan.
We could also poison. Vola speaks up. We could also poison their bandages as well if we have enough. Destroy their medicines
and their potions.
If they have those as well.
Did I just say that before the session? But yeah. But
now it's in the session.
But good
I decided
idea.
Vola would be one who it was a possible person that would suggest it because she's a
but that
fight to win.
But back to the session. Yeah, that would be a good idea because poison is useless if they is to just run down to a medicine cabinet to cure themselves before we could get close to engage them.
Which, depending on their speed, based on where we're looking to ambush them, it should be about, because they should be able to travel 2 hexes a day.
Well, remember, you always attached the freaking whatchamacallit to the ship, so they should move a lot slower, or at least slow enough for us to catch them.
That's still only a day out or so. So when they depart, it literally, all of this is going to be happening within 24 hours.
So we gotta work fast.
Exactly, and once Drucilla gets on there, if she stays and poisons them, she has feel free to kill at her discretion.
And I'll provide backup as necessary.
You and Drucilla do realize that if you start killing people, we're not going to be able to back you up for a minute, right? So you gotta be very, very skilled until we can go on get on board to help you out.
If they don't start killing until we engage, then we are backing them up.
Well, true.
Or technically, y'all.
Alright, Zane, and you're
Yeah, based on what you guys want to intercept them, that would be about midday. That's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That's like 3 hexes. 3, maybe 4. And a first-rate ship can move at a slow pace of 4 minimum. So if they're moving at a slow pace, they could reach there within a day.
So all of this will be happening basically in a day's time.
If they're moving at a slow pace, of course. As first rates move at a speed of from slow to fast, it's 4, 7, and 9. So if they're moving at a normal pace, they'll get there by half day.
Yes.
That'll be dependent on various factors.
Which is why there's a good chance Creed will be left on the other side of the island waiting on the ship to return. Which is why Creed will take a fishing pole with him off the boat when they go do this. Creed is prepared for boredom.
Right. Well then, gentlemen, let's get to... I never thought of running a side note, I never thought of running a D&D pirate ship like a business, but gentlemen, let's get to work.
I mean, in a weird way, they were run like a democracy.
Say again?
They were run like a democracy. In a fun historical fact, but yeah, they are run kind of like a business.
And I'll start beginning the ritual casting for water breathing.
I've got it. No need to waste. Oh yeah, you can do it too. Forgot.
Yep, I'm just casting it. I'm doing this as a ritual, not as so that way I don't burn a spell slot.
So can he.
Oh, okay.
Alright, I'll tell the crews.
But you can both do it easily because you can only target up to 10 people within at a time.
Right. I'll tell the crew in less than 24 hours to prepare for battle.
Now, here's the question, gentlemen. At what time of the day do you want to leave the port, Stormbreaker crew?
Jeez, that's a good question.
Could you repeat? Because you kind of broke up a little bit.
What time is the ship leaving?
What time do we and Jim Pan want to leave the port in order to begin the mission?
I'm going to assume that you guys took like the first hour of the morning finalizing your plan.
Yeah.
So it's like 7 in the morning now.
Assuming they're going to leave in the morning as well. Why not just start to leave now?
Notice. Now,
Therefore, you get an ambush position by the time they leave as well.
Well, here's a fun fact. Most ships try to sail out with the tide, and the tide tends to recede or start receding in the morning and comes in late at night. So, just think about that. They'll probably leave in the morning too, sometime.
Yeah.
well, it is the morning, and they haven't. And you don't see them any signs of leaving. Hence, why you guys are still here. Because they showed up. They showed up slightly shortly after you guys did, so they are still they're still doing like resupply stuff. Now, back to my original question, or back to my following question. What speed would you like to move your ship, dear Captain?
Normal speed.
Are you sure that that's the speed you wish to go at?
Yeah, we don't want to draw any suspicions from them just yet. Just hey, we're just going to leave for the day. Nothing to worry about. It's not like we're going to wait to ambush and rob you.
How oddly specific.
Sure, that is the speed you wish to go at.
Unless anyone has any other suggestions, because
I think it's a good plan.
So which speed is it?
normal.
Normal? Is that your final answer, my friend?
Currently, yeah.
Okie dokies.
Because our job is just go on normal speed and sit there and wait and sit there and wait on the island, waiting to a rock or island, and hopefully not another turtle dragon.
Let's see. Drop my dice. So, the ship departs. You guys sail off where you wish to hide behind the blind in the blind spot of an island. Hide behind some rocks. You wait in ambush and prepare to do dastardly larceny on the high seas.
Yep. That's all up to Curie and that's up to Curie, Jim. It's up to Curie and Drucilla and Creve.
Is there anything you wish to be doing, ship team? Is there anything you guys are currently doing or wish to do whilst you are in wait?
Prepare the cannons. Prepare the.
How many cannons?
Sorry, I meant. Sorry.
Ballistas.
Huh?
Cannonades.
Prepare.
Sorry, you do have cannons. They're small cannons, well.
Yeah.
They're little carronades, little small guns.
Prepare the cannons. Prepare the what's it called? Just in case something happens and we have to do the worst scenario.
Prepare the ballistas. Prepare the carronades.
Yep.
Everything's loaded and ready to be fired when ordered. Let's see, who are your gunners? Who are your cannoneers? Yep, those are your cannon. Hey, he's your main gunnery officer. I think these guys are like backup cannoneers as necessary. Gun establishes now who is on what gun. how do you have your crew disseminated?
Let me check to me. Like, get a good look at the crew.
I find the stats for there it is.
The Songbird says it should be on one ballista.
Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. Ballistas require at least 2 gunners. They do have the efficiency efficient property, meaning that if they have double their crew, double required gunners on it, it will load faster. So yeah, if a weapon with this property is manned by twice the minimum number, the load time decreases by 1 to a minimum of 0. So instead of it taking, let's see, what's Ballista's loading time is 2. If you put 4 people on it, it will be a loading time of 1 instead of 2. Just heads up on that.
Alright, then who's the person steering the ship so I don't put him on?
The job positions, I will show you, are right here on this page. Over here in this corner.
Okay.
Those are currently the jobs and positions that your various crewmen are assigned at this time.
Alright, so obviously we're not going to take this person because...
Yep, we're keeping Nezor at the wheel.
Yep. Like I said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
And with our luck, be prepared for a bunch of nat ones.
Alright, so Mr. Stone...
You do votes, Footy.
And me guess we'll hit the other ballista.
Vola could definitely help out with the which cannon.
I'll remind you, Vola is the quartermaster, and thus has the has the abilities of that rank.
Mm-hmm. That's me suggesting Vola be on starboard gun 1.
You have 25 deckhands that can man guns. Gunners don't need to be skilled; they just have to man the guns.
All right.
Because everyone that has an actual officer position is an officer. You need gunners, which are not necessarily officers, or nor do they have to be. Gunners are typically non-officers, like your deckhands. You have 25 of them.
Alright, so gunners, we just put a couple about 4 deckhands.
That being said, all your officers do have various different abilities based on what their officer position is, which, if I'm not mistaken, I have it in here somewhere. I pinned the comment somewhere around here. Ba 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 da ba. All right, is it? Officer cards. Yep. Here we go. I'll just go ahead and place that there for you guys again. This explains both the general actions that anyone can take as well as the specific actions that each officer position can take. As a reminder, for those of you who don't remember half of what this does. So feel free to look over that. Familiarize yourself with it. Let's see. Each cannon requires a certain number of gunners in order to load, aim, and fire them. There are no provisions required to act as a gunner, but acting as one renders you unable to take other actions. The required gunners is the minimum number that must be assigned for that cannon to be operable. Remember that this number is not compared to the total number of crew, but that crew is a finite resource assigned to cannons. Cannoneers and the master gunner, who doubles as a cannoneer, each count as one gunner. Oh, take that as you wish. You may use that information that I've just provided to you as you see fit. So who's ever manning guns can't do anything else. So I would not recommend putting most of your officers on it,
including myself.
So let's just have the deckhands man the guns.
Yeah.
So 2 per gun sounds good.
Don't forget, you have a minimum number of crew that you need to operate the ship.
Alright, minimum of 15.
Pulling lines, working the oars, stuff like that. If you put too many people on guns, then you don't have enough to operate the ship. As I will point out, your cannoneers and the master gunner can all count as a gunner and have abilities involving that, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see here.
I'm currently the master gunner.
Control can be utilized by one less member than normal. One side on your control.
So that means...
right. Master Gunner has a special ability. You count as a cannoneer. Cannons under your control can be utilized by one less member than normal, minimum of 1 on one side you control, under your control. Meaning the guns on the starboard side need less people to operate them because that is the side tie as the Master Gunner took over. Your other side, the port side, is taken over by your gunnery officer, Nordix's Cleave. Let's see, as a Master Gunner, you can call for a broadside, which has a recharge of 5 to 6. There's rules for broadside in the Naval Code. You can look them up. You can use the Assess action as an investigation check to locate any weaknesses of an opponent's ship. If successful, you have advantage on your next attack or contest against them. Or you can order guns to fire. You choose what cannons to fire under control, rolling attacks and damage. They don't all have to shoot at once. You can space them out if you want to keep a more consistent barrage rather than just doing salvo rounds at them. Cannoneers also can fire cannons if they have cannons under control, which Creve does, much like the Master Gunner does. They can also concentrate, move to assist another cannoneer. While there, you may help man a siege weapon of your choice. If you possess an appropriate weapon proficiency, you may add your proficiency bonus to hit for whichever weapon you are manning. You may return to your position as a free action. Repair, using tinkerers or smith tools, proficiency required. Make a check to repair a misfired cannon. The cannon does not need to be one under your control. Failure results in the cannon being inoperable, as well as they also have the accessibility, much like the Master Gunner. Now, in case you're wondering, none of your crew has any firearm proficiency. None of them uses guns. So their concentrability isn't exactly
I'm the only one that
useful.
uses guns, but I'm also
their concentrability is not particularly useful in terms of like adding the proficiency to it. But the main thing is that you can have up to 4 cannoneers, so which essentially means you have 3 cannoneers as backup if should say you or Creve are not capable or not capable due to one reason or another of controlling the guns. One of them can step in and take your place on either the port or the starboard side. So, such as if the captain should be incapacitated or be busy with a different action, and you still want guns to be fired, one of them can make that call. Because you have 4 of them. Sorry, you have 3 spares. Because Nurse's Creve is is in charge of the port side guns. where the Master Gunner, your captain, took over the starboard side guns. In addition to that, you also are a captain, Ty, so we can also scroll up to the captain position. You have the ability to rally, give inspiration once per battle. Let's see, critical check, DC dependent, I think that's more of some house ruling there. You can also use the assess action, much like the Master Gunner and the Cannoneers. You can give the board command, which is a 2-round action. Give the order to board, see boarding for more information, which is in the thing. You can also assign position. As an action, you may immediately replace one officer's role with another, promote someone to an officer position, etc. The target must accept this change. You may also use this action to order a number of crew up to double your proficiency bonus to new cannon positions. For example, take 2 men off the starboard heavy cannon to have them man 2 light cannons on the port side, while having another move to man a swivel cannon. Because not all guns have to be manned at all times. You can have people swap back and forth as needed. That being said, if nobody's manning a gun, it can't be reloaded. Keep that in mind. Guns don't load themselves.
We're not quite at that age yet, where we have autoloaders.
Japan, as the first mate, you also have all the same abilities that the captain does. The captain, first mate, and quartermaster all have the same action abilities. So you may also rally, assess, board, assign positions, as well as the quartermaster can also rally, assess, board, and assign positions. The helmsman has some fun stuff. It has evasive maneuver. You either do dex, strength, or intelligence. My choice. I usually have him do wisdom. If successful, add proficiency bonus to armor class of the ship for the round. Half speed next turn, variation, come about, use full movement. Come about essentially lets you take your ship and go very quickly. Lets you do like a full 90 degree spin. You also use the bonus action to pilot, as well as ram. There's lots of rules involving all that. You may read them at your leisure. Surgeon, their granted action is treatments. On a successful check and one use of a healer's kit, you may return one non-officer crew member casualty back to the fight. If your current crew count is not equal to your total, add 1 back up to the original total. This action cannot be taken. This action cannot be taken if you already have crew equal to your total crew. Reference casualties for more information. Says you may return 1, but I remember reading that you can, if you roll super good, you can return more than that. I want to say. Which is something for you to consider and think about, Dr. Ice, since that is one of the positions you hold. Bosun can also use the assess, so your bosun can do that. He can also order repairs. As an action, you supervise repairs to the ship or rigging of the ship. The ship recovers hit points equal to 1d4 plus your level. You may choose whether these are added to the ship's HP or the rigging HP, but you may not split them. If you are proficient with carpenter's tools, you may add your proficiency bonus to the HP gained. You may also use this action to attempt to repair a misfire cannon. Requires smith or tool or requires smith or tinkerer's tool proficiency. As well as the assess as well. Now, Jimpan, you and as well as you, Kiri, are also holding the position of Arcanist, which changes a lot of what you do to a large extent. Most of the other roles and their abilities are more vague and fluid in terms of like where you are specifically on the ship. Like if you're manning the helm, you're going to be somewhere in the helm. If you are commanding cannons, you're going to be on one side or the other side of the ship. Typically, if you're a surgeon doing surgeon stuff, you're in the middle of the ship. Arcanist, the officer position of Arcanist, you have much more specific locations because it matters. See, as an Arcanist, you may use ship turns as your own turn, taking full turns of actions rather than just a single action, like everybody else does. The full turns of actions, bonus actions, moving around, etc. General actions, opposite side of the cards here, may be taken. Your responsibility to the ship include helping others with their roles, casting offensive and defensive spells, or doing whatever you deem appropriate. Meaning your exact position on the ship fucking matters, so you have to keep track of where you are on the ship during the naval combat. Your granted actions, however, are arcane well. As an action, you may begin concentrating on your magic. If by your next turn you have not lost concentration, nor failed a dex check due to the ship movement, you may roll 1d4 minus 1, gaining a spell slot of that level to use only that turn. If you do not have access to the level gained, you instead gain the highest level you have access to. Obviously, all of you have access to 1 through 3 level spells, so we don't need to worry about that. And you have nobody taking up the militant position. That's for non-spellcasters. It's the same as the Arcanist, but it's for people who aren't spellcasters. Any questions, comments, concerns?
I think I got it.
I think I'm good.
Good.
Watch one round in, we're going, oh crap, what are we supposed to do again?
Unfortunately. But we learned by getting our asses kicked. We know that after, 40 sessions?
Yeah. Hard to believe this game's been going on for almost 2 years.
My God. But anyway, so, final quick check. Who's manning what gun?
I would propose we take 10 deckhands, the human ones,
Obviously.
10 of the humans, and have them man guns at 2 apiece at gun 1 and gun 1 and 2 on both port and starboard side.
So your 4 ballistas then?
Yep,
is what you're suggesting?
Yep, the 4 ballistas. And the final 2 will be on cannonade on the starboard side, which this is actually kind of throwing me off because I know port is left, starboard is right, and we got that. That kind of threw me off a little bit.
Let's see. For just so you guys know, carronades only require a single person to man.
Yep. So
however, do have the efficient roll, just like your ballistas. So if you put more people on it, it will load even faster. The loading rate of a carronade is 1. So if you have 2 people on a carronade, they can fire. They have a loading rate of 0, which means they can fire every single round. Useful if you guys start getting in close, since the carronades have a much shorter range than your ballistas.
Mm-hmm.
Ballistas have ranges of 50, 225, and 500. Carronades have 25, 125, and 275. Now, some of you may be wondering why there's 3 numbers instead of only 2, since D&D 5th edition typically only has 2. That first number is the point blank range where you start getting bonuses for being in that range. So if you're like right up into their face, like within 50 feet, ballistas start getting a lot more accurate. Whereas the second number and the third number operate much like any other ranged weapon, which one's long range and the other one's maximum range. So any shots outside of 225 feet with the ballistas will be at disadvantage. Anything longer than 500 don't hit anything. Carronades are 125. For anything outside of 125 is disadvantage. Anything out 275 is impossible. As another quick thing about carronades, they also have the mobile trait. Where is it? Fuck, where'd it go? It was in here a second ago. Hold on. Stand by. The fuck? I just lost the thing that said what. There it is. Here it is. Siege weapons with this property can be moved side to side as an action, meaning you can detach a carronade, move it to the other side, and then reattach it as an action. because they're designed to be moved quickly.
Mhm.
Since they're really just like 1 pound cannons that are on like these little like swivel things that are in these little like holsters on like the rim on the railings of your ship, so you just go. So that is also something you can think about and plan accordingly as you see fit. So you can move all of your carronades to one side of the ship or another. Keep in mind, you can only have a maximum of 8 guns on any one side because of the size of your ship. So if you try to move all your guns to one side, just keep in mind there's a limit. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think 8 was your maximum. So you had a minimum of like 4 to 8. Let me check your stats here real quick. Yeah, min maximum gun is 4/8. So yeah, your max is 8. You only have enough capacity to put 8 guns on one side. That's a total of 16 if you get 8 on both sides. That being said, but yeah, you were saying put some human deckhands on the ballistas.
Yep.
Are you putting only 2 each?
2 each, so that way they can be reloaded as quickly as possible.
For ballistas, their minimum is 2. If you want them to be loaded faster, you'd have to double that. So it'd have to be 4 people on that gun.
Okay.
Remember?
The orders for the
it has required gunners of 2. Efficient means if you want it to load faster, you need double the required number. So if it requires 2 for efficiency, you need 4.
So we spread. So we're spread
loading
out
from 2 to 1.
So we're spread out fighter.
We'll
like fire one ballista, then fire another ballista while the other one is reloading.
Or we provide the order of deckhands move to the side of the ship where the enemy ship is. So that way, like...
You can use an action to reassign them during your turn, absolutely.
So that way, we can then make sure, like, if the enemy's on our port side, they could be all hands at port.
Keep in mind, you guys could also act, you and any officer could also act as a gunner if you need it. Also point out, again, as the master gunner, all of these starboard guns have 1 less required crewman needed. So to operate the ballista, you only need 1 person on starboard side rather than 2, because Ty is the master gunner on the starboard side. And that is, as the master gunner position, that is one of his special features, that he reduces the minimum requirement. But so far, 4 deckhands are being used to be 2-man crews on the starboard and the port.
Yep, and then
so that means the starboard guns will be loaded a bit faster because
you reduce the minimum requirement. It does not change its efficiency number. So you still have to have 4 people if you wanted to load faster.
Never mind then.
Yeah, I know it's weird, but that's what it says in the code. You only reduce the minimum number of people to operate the gun. You don't reduce the number required for efficiency.
All right, so at least we know we only need 4 people for the 2 people for the starboard guns.
You want to take, let's see. You said you wanted 10. So far, that's only 8. What do you want to do with the last 2?
Last 2 deckhands.
Carronade each.
Yep.
Port and starboard.
Yep. With the understanding that we can order them to move from either port to starboard as necessary.
That is true.
Okay, so
and again, you can also assign your officers. So if you wanted to throw like Somber Sisters on some of these ballista or stone, since with as long as a Captain Torg and the gunnery officer Nurix's Creve are in play, you don't need your cannoneers to take charge of any guns, so they can operate as gunners without any issues. And unless you need someone to repair the ship, your bosun can also operate as a gunner. Your rat hunter Ezeel can operate as a gunner. Even Sario can operate as a gunner. Like, you guys have a lot of crew. You have over 40 people on this ship. Only 25 of them are just deckhands. You have like 15 people who are officers, junior and senior. Granted, 3 of them will be missing, most likely. Well, actually, no. If they come back in time. Most likely they'll come back in time. But yeah, you have like 25 other people. Sorry, you have 15 other people besides your deckhands.
Okay, so how about this? Mockingbird, Cannonade for starboard, Hummingbird, Cannonade for port. And Stone, the... No, I was saying like this.
Okay.
And then how about Stone is the port and Creve is starboard of the final cannonades.
Sorry, was that Creve? As a reminder, if he's acting as a gunner, he can't command guns.
Shit.
Remember what I said? He's commanding the portside guns. He can't be a gunner unless you want somebody else to man the guns.
All right.
Or sorry, command the guns. I mean.
Okay, so then starboard cannonade gun 5 will remain unmanned, but we'll get
Ezeel, Sariel,
Ezeel,
Love,
Ezeel,
Leibowitz, Ryota. You have a lot of people, Kira. You got to look at your whole crew. Stop narrowing your focus.
Okay. A doctor on deck would be good, because Lord knows we're going to need it.
You're also a doctor. What I'm getting at is that they don't have to stay a gunner the whole fight, but if they are a gunner, if they're being a gunner, they can't use any other actions. So there are some people who don't have any actions, like Sariel, Ezeel, and Drucilla. They don't have any other. They have a position on the ship, but they don't have a mechanical position on the ship. So they're not doing anything that requires them to not be a gunner. You know what I mean? So I would certainly suggest those 3. Or at least 2 of them, because we don't know for a fact Drucilla's going to be there.
Drucilla's going to be out poisoning the other crew, so we don't know
Assuming
if she's
she
really
doesn't
back
come
yet.
back. Assuming she doesn't come back. So is there anywhere you'd like Sariel or Ezeel to be doing?
How about, guys, how about Ezeel on the final cannonade? Sound good?
No problem with that.
Anything you'd like Sariel to do?
Emergency cannonade, just in case one of the cannons fall or we need a can to be reloaded faster. She'd be like,
As a reminder, you can put more people on each gun and make them load faster.
Mm-hmm. So, how about this? Doop. 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 That way we'll have instant loading cannonade. So at least we can then get an attack each turn at bare minimum. Holy crap, we have 2 Dr. Leibowitzes?
No, you don't. Shush.
like somehow we picked up Dr. Ridge's twin on board.
But now, keep in mind, if you put Vola on a gun, she can't use her quartermaster abilities, which is the same as the captain and the first mate. Just keep that in mind. You may want her to do something else.
Okay, she'll rally support and morale. The morale officer.
That is some things that she can do, yes, on her turn.
She is our commissar.
I'm just going to keep her copy right there for right now. Let's see. Oh, right, and yeah. Go there. In case it matters. Now, are you sure you want to stack them all on the carronade? As a reminder, carronades are much shorter range than ballista, much shorter range.
Yeah.
Here are the carronade ranges again: 25, 125, and 275. Ballista is 50, 225, and 500.
Okay.
Keep that in mind. Ballistas also have 2d10 damage, whereas carronades do 2d6 plus dex, which I largely ignore that last part because there's nobody with a dex modifier that operates the guns half the time anyway. Unless one of you guys grabbed one of them for one reason or another during a moment that we usually worry about when that happens.
Okay, so we'll leave Drucilla, Vola, and Leibowitz free for now, so that way they can assist the crew as needed, and thus not be interfered by their gunner positions.
Would you like a suggestion, Kiri, based on my understanding of how naval combat works?
Yes, please, because I really don't know exactly real-life naval combat techniques.
Typically, you want to start with your big, heavy, long-range guns first, and then move to like guns like swivel guns once you close the distance, such as for like deck clearing and whatnot. So I would move more of your gunners onto your ballistas, because you get 4 on each gun. They load every other shot, or they load every other turn, rather than taking 2 turns to load. Considering you also only have 2 ballista on one side, might be something you might want to think about. Because once you get within range where ballista start being, once you start getting in range where the carronades start being more useful, then you can move your guys onto the carronades and start unloading with those. Like I said, you can shuffle your gunners around every turn as necessary.
So
2 players and an NPC have the action to reassign positions.
Okay,
So you have 3 different people that can do that choice at any time.
Okay, so something more akin to something like this.
Possibly, yes. It is probably something you might want to consider. As well as also, depending on where the biggest threat is, you can also have motherfuckers move from one side to the other.
Mm-hmm.
So say if like there's a bunch of guys if you're fighting mostly from the starboard side, you can have people pick up carronades and move them to the starboard side, and then reassign people onto those guns, or vice versa if it's on the port side. Like I said, combat you need to be flexible. Combat's very fluid. Just like in standard D&D combat, naval combat is the same way. You got to be able to adapt and change with the flow.
Okay.
Hand motions.
Jazz
Windmilling.
hands.
Jazz hands. Now, does everybody understand the roles, the rules that I've explained so far? Any questions? Is there anything we want to go over before I flip back to the ground team?
Right now, no, I think we're good. Although we're probably going to forget it in about an hour.
I'm sure.
10 minutes.
An hour is being very generous to us. I think Jim Pan's estimation of 10 minutes is more accurate.
Yeah, or as we start talking about
I
it.
believe in all of you.
Yeah, and including me.
We just hope that this plan works so we don't have to do the naval combat long. Other than
I spent a whole 5 minutes, I spent a whole 5 minutes like an hour ago slapping this ship together. You will find. I slaved over hot dice all day. Sorry.
And I expect my players to like it.
Yeah.
And we spent 2 years of this campaign trying to make sure we don't drop dead.
Hey, this is the longest living character I've ever had.
But this doesn't stop you from almost dying multiple times. Why start now?
I mean, it's not like any of us have actually died.
He got better.
Yep. I got better.
I mean, sure, we fell unconscious a few times, and thank God we're powers, or we don't have a diamond supply to keep resurrecting us. But other than that,
Oh, I legit died actually. It was literally just through the actions of the Queen Maeve that I actually came back.
So did Creed. He was a ghost for
think
a
that-
while, remember?
And I died
I don't
once,
remember.
twice.
I
I
don't
think
remember.
2 times.
Yeah, you died once. I did the potion of revivify on you.
Yeah.
Should we actually count death as more a case like if you
I
get
think the only
better?
one who
does it
hasn't
count?
fully died yet is Captain Torque. He's the only one who hasn't actually dropped dead. Because even if you only did it for 2 rounds, it still counts as death. Just like in the real world, if your heart stops beating, you have clinically died.
So my real life died more than my character died.
I've died in real life more than my character in D&D. I don't know if that means my character's awesome or I just stuck at the life game.
Mission accomplished.
Aha. Now, swapping gears. Now that we've doing a little bit of chitter chat on some stuff that you guys need to keep in mind for the future. I can stabilize my camera a little bit better so it stops wobbling and shaking every time I. There it goes. It kept doing a lot of wobbling every time I would do something on my desk, and I was just like, let me see if I can fix that so it's a little bit more stable. Yeah. Anyway, so cutting back to the other group, Drucilla, the Drow chef and infiltration specialist, Dr. Ice, Aarakocra Druid, who operates as one of the ship's surgeons and, the field medic of the crew, operating as a surgeon and alchemist of a more natural variety, and Mr. Creed, technically, because he's technically a deckhand, he's not a master anymore. Mr. Creed, the once upon a time first mate, now returned as low bottom rung warlock tiefling.
I think we promoted him a little bit, but still
Nope,
not
as long
exactly.
as I know, you
But
guys.
it's not
as a
enough.
deckhand.
But not
He's
full
straight out
officer
the bottom.
yet.
I'm sure he'll move up in ranks soon enough.
Oh, without a doubt.
Now, it's 7-ish in the morning. You see the ship sailing off in the distance. What do you do? Mostly you, Kira. You have 1 NPC and a brain dead PC at the moment.
Well, we've already done the ritual casting for water breathing.
Drucilla takes her hood and super over her head because it's bright and sunny.
We shall depart our ship. Step 1. Depart the ship.
Step 1, you've succeeded that. You see the ship sailing away.
Bye, guys.
I believe you said something about ritual casting water breathing.
Yep. Did that before getting off the ship. So that way, me and Drucilla can breathe under. Me, Drucilla, and Creed.
He already breathes underwater.
Okay, so that the 2 of us can breathe underwater.
Now, it says you can go up to 10 people. Just out of curiosity, is there 8 other people you slap this with?
Just to fuck with them, the Song Sisters
That's 2.
and the captain. Except he
You
actually,
can breathe underwater.
yeah, I realized that as I said that.
I was about to say, wait, I can already breathe underwater.
Yep, you would not notice a difference. The Arcanist, Lanforen.
So has a magic item that lets you breathe underwater.
Oh yeah, the cloak of manta ray thing.
Yeah.
Stone, Creve, sorry,
Breathe underwater. I'm kidding. No. Stone and Creed also cannot breathe underwater, so that's another 2 there. So you're up to 4.
sorry,
5.
the Doctor, Dr. Jim Leibowitz.
At 6.
Paul and John, just 2 random human deckhands.
Not Vola.
And actually, yes, Vola instead. Vola's more useful than John. John sucks
Yeah.
at so
Let
much.
me do a quick head count on your retainers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You have 11 retainers. So let's see. You did yourself and Drucilla.
Mm-hmm. Then I did.
You did the Songbird Sisters.
Uh-huh.
You did Stone. You did Sariel. You did Vola. Anyone else?
Creve.
Brave.
And believe. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. Okay. The Bosun Ryota.
Alright.
And Mezor.
And that's 10.
I'm sure Izil will be fine.
Is Iziel and... Yeah, pretty much just Iziel.
I'm sure Izil will be fine.
Yeah.
It's crazy enough. He probably figured out how to breathe underwater long ago.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So waving. Got him. So you did yourself, you did Drucilla, Ryota, the Songbird Sisters, Vola. Something right. I feel like I'm miscounting something.
Okay.
Self, Drucilla.
Jim, Drucilla, Ryota, Songbird Sisters, Stone, Drucilla, myself, Creve,
Sorry,
Sariel,
Drucilla twice. That's what's throwing me off. You just did Drucilla twice.
Sorry.
Here. Let me just go down the list, and I'll name them each by name. You say yes or no. You got yourself. Yes.
Check.
Dr. Jim Leibowitz.
Yep.
Drucilla.
Yep.
Bosun Hitoshi Ryota.
Yep.
Hummingbird.
Check.
Iziel.
Nope.
Mr. Stone.
Yep.
Mockingbird. Miss
No.
Mockingbird.
Yep.
Mr. Nezor.
Yep.
Or Helmsman, I should say. Norixus Cleve.
Yep.
Stariel.
Yep.
That's 10. So you're not doing Vola or Iziel.
Damn it, I miscounted. Okay. No for Creve, yes for Vola.
Okay. Switching from Creed to Vola.
One day I will learn the numbers.
I will point out something, that if your concern is somebody getting washed into the water and drowning to death, Sariel has the ability to cast Levitate at will. If that changes your decisions.
Okay.
She can just levitate up out of the water if she so chooses.
Alright. No to Sariel, yes to Creve.
Okay. I was just simply informing you about this if it matters.
Yeah, I legit forgot she could actually levitate.
You guys don't really use it very often. It doesn't come up. So, those were the chosen 10. The chosen ones.
And all of a sudden, yep, like as I'm doing this, they go, wait, why do I feel like I can breathe underwater? And all of a sudden,
They would know for a fact that you cast the spell on them because they have to be willing They have to be willing recipients, because they can reject the spell and therefore it wouldn't take effect. So like they're aware that it happened.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, since Daniel did mention that he was also going to cast it as a ritual, or was capable of doing it, we can also he can also cover the other ones that don't already have it on them. I just realized that. So he covers up the rest of the gap. So we'll just assume all your retainers, which there was only 2 retainers that you didn't hit, I believe. Yeah, I think there was only 2 that you didn't snatch. Yeah. So Creed will take Creed, not Creve. I made a mistake when I picked the name of this Dragonborn, but it's too late now.
Yeah. You heard me almost like flub say Creve instead of Creed.
He is. There's Creve, and Creed. With a C and a K and an E and an R's and a V's. That's him. And then when Daniel gets back, if there's 8 other random jackasses he wants to throw it on, then we'll let him know. And that's been taken care of. According to the plan. Drucilla, currently in her possession, has Creed's ever-spoken bottle, his spell-storing ring, which has the Dimension Door spell stored in it, and the ship's Medallion of Thoughts, which no one has used ever for whatever reason.
Oh, I forgot to mention this earlier, but I decided to put the Staff of Fire in my room and took the Staff of Ice.
Okie dokies.
Sorry, I forgot to mention that earlier.
Okay. So what are the magic items you're carrying right now?
The magic items I'm carrying is my Staff of Withering, the Staff of Frost, and my Amulet of Health. Which
So
is
you're dueling 2 staves right now?
I have a mouth, I can hold a staff in it.
I will point out that you need at least 1 hand for somatic components to be cast.
Crap.
At least I think that's how it works. I don't remember. Can you be holding a staff in a hand and still use it? I think I actually know.
I think,
No,
yeah,
I think you can.
I think you can use a staff in a shield hand.
Aren't you wielding a shield as well?
Yes. It's a regular wooden shield.
Okay, that means that hand can't be used. Because you don't have Warcaster. That's a feat. Which means you have 1 hand you can use for somatic components. Which staff are you actually holding?
It's on my back, and I use it when I need to.
What's on your back?
I'm going to holster both staffs on my back. And
Okay.
when the fuck did we pick that up?
Pick what up?
The tentacle rod.
A while back, but Daniel returned it to where it belonged. And I just never removed it from the list.
Okay, so we don't technically have that rod.
Nope. It belonged to the Kraken Priest.
It looked really cool.
Yes, it does look very cool. It was potentially loot for you guys, but Daniel snatched it up before anyone noticed it and was like, I'm going to go return this to my master because... Or I'm going to have somebody send this back to my master because it was his Kraken... the Kraken Priest was a servant of the Kraken. Shocker. Kraken Priest serving Krakens. Crazy. And thus, his possessions belong to the Kraken by his viewpoint. So he slipped that out from under your noses and nobody even noticed it. Both the characters and the players. Like, you guys barely even registered the fact that there was a tentacle rod even in play.
Okay.
Let's see. Which one of you is holding the sending stone, by the way? Because I assume the other one's in the captain's possession. I think Daniel suggested it be him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Daniel said that he'd hold the sending stone.
Yes.
Yokies.
Yep.
Excellent. Now, since it's your situation for infiltration, because Creed himself is not infiltrating the ship, he's just hanging out. How do you plan on getting on the ship, and when do you want to do it, Dr. Ice?
Oh, God.
And Phil goes, well, I do my best work at night, if that matters to you, sir.
Very well. We shall wait until after sunset. However, I will keep an eye out on the dock, and if it looks like they are about to head out, I will inform you.
She glances at the ship, and then looks back and he goes, they're not going anywhere today.
Very well.
She points out, is like, I know you know how to experience, but here's the thing. That's their bosun. That's most obviously the bosun. That's probably their quartermaster right there. There's a bunch of crates. There's a bunch of crates moving up. Guessing that crate, that crate, that crate, that crate, and that crate, and that crate, and that barrel are foods and waters, and looks like they might have sold some cargo for something or other, probably for the supplies. So they're pulling all that on board. Let's see, counting the deckhands doing this is going to take them all day.
Very well. And I'm going to take note at like when she pointed out like possibly the quartermaster, the bosun, and the other officers. I'm going to try and commit my.
Hold on, she's like that's probably their quartermaster. That's probably their bosun.
Yep. I'm going to
Their
try.
ship has at least one of those.
Yep. And I'm going to do what I can to.
That's both of those at least.
And I'm going to do what I can to commit their image into my mind, so that way, if by chance we happen to see them off the ship and in town,
Oh yeah, the bosun's constantly off the ship. She goes, yep, there he goes right there. And then he goes back to the ship, and then he leaves the ship, then he goes back to the ship, then he leaves the ship, then he goes back to the ship. The bosun are the guys who go out and get resupplies or get supplies to bring back to the ship. And the quartermaster oversees a lot of that. That's how actual ship duties work in the real world. So the bosun leaves constantly.
okay.
The bosun handles a lot of the day-to-day maintenance and handling of the ship. The difference would be like the bosun's your on-site supervisor, and then like the quartermaster is like your corporate supervisor that you report back to, or like the general manager.
Okay. All right. Alright. Alright, Drucilla. I will take your suggestion under advance. I agree with your plan. So, at the dock. Robo.
Possible. My sister is swimming to get to the ship. That's easy. That's not the problem. The problem is once we're on the ship. See, unless for whatever reason their ship is really weird, the kitchens tend to be towards the more center portion of the ship. And they tend to have some amount of traffic, people in and out. It might be hard for me, as she points to her dark ebony-hued skin and pointed ears with stark white hair, goes, it might be hard for me to get into the kitchen on a human ship that has no drow.
It's not like we can just walk right up and say, "Hey, permission to come aboard."
No, most likely they won't do that. We do have a bad reputation with most humans. We get away with it in Luskin because everybody in Luskin's got bad reputations. Nobody really asks a lot of questions there, but that ship's from Waterdeep.
Yeah, that and I doubt they have had much interactions with other Kakras.
Well, they also most likely know that you're from the other ship because
of how rare my kind probably are in this area.
You're literally the only Aarakocra here. I'm also literally the only drow that's standing here too, so we kind of stand out. And then you both look over at Creed, who's a fucking tiefling, and she kind of reaches over, just pulls his hood down a little bit more. We kind of stand out. Thinking about this now, we are the worst three people to do this. We are the three most obvious people on this dock. just I suddenly had this realization: we stand out horribly.
Yeah. Sadly, we got it.
And then she quickly moves somewhere else.
Exit stage left.
Yeah. Gnats. Come here, little bastard. Nope. Don't fly next to my lamp. Don't fly next to my lamp. Oh, you fucker. Get back here.
Land on the bulb and die.
Damn tide. Anyway. So you guys quickly move somewhere where you're not immediately being stared at.
Yep. So, like, maybe some maybe some alley, or like a simple delicatessen where we could at least eat and plan, like you see in freaking Italian mobster movies.
Hyatt Tavern. This morning, most people aren't here at this hour. Most people are working, and it's not that big an area, so the tavern is relatively light in persons.
All right. So I'll just order like three drinks, 3 beers, and we'll sit in like a corner.
So it just tosses down a silver piece, which should cover multiple drinks for the next hour or so, as you guys figure things out. I think a basic drink was like 2 copper, so more than enough for the 3 of you.
Yeah, I have
Some
the
extra.
PHB. Yeah, I have the PHB right here.
Now, that being said, Drucilla goes, so, here's the thing. She goes, do you have the ability to turn invisible? Do you have invisibility magic?
Give me a moment to non-meta speak the way of... Actually, give me a moment.
She literally just asked, do you have the ability to cast invisibility magic? Which I don't believe you do. I don't think druids have that spell. But she doesn't know that. She's not a druid or a wizard.
I somehow doubt I could effectively use tree stride to get into the ship, even though they're both made of wood.
Given the fact there are no actual fucking trees on the ship, no. No, you can't tree slide onto the ship. Take you one of your inspirations for stupidity. I'm just kidding. But for real though, like, did you really just fucking ask me that shit?
Oh no, that was me out of character.
Oh boy.
Hey, Carrie.
That was me just thinking the logic of...
This is me, the Dungeon Master, making fun of you. You really just asked me, could you tree stride onto a ship that has no fucking trees?
Pretty sure I was saying that I doubt I could, even though both are made of wood. Because you kind of need a
The
tree.
spell specifically states it has to be a tree. Wood is not the component, it's the tree.
Yeah, they could have a nice little cactus in the captain's room, and that wouldn't
It
count.
also has to be big enough for a medium-sized creature to step into and out of. It has to actually be a tree. And a big tree.
Yep.
Not a little tree, big tree.
It's just going to be very inconvenient on a ship, so...
Now, this isn't One Piece where they actually have a fucking tree growing out of the back of their ship.
God damn it, Oda, why aren't you here to give me a good little workaround?
He goes,
No. Unfortunately, I can't make myself or anyone else invisible.
He's turning into animals and shit, right?
Yes, I can change into various animals, so...
What if, can you turn other people into animals?
Do I have polymorph? Because I believe I do have that. Polymorph. Yes, I can change other people into animals as well. Let me just actually check the wording of the spell quickly. Any creature I can see. Okay. Yes. I can change other people into animals as well. So. What if? Okay. Here's your thought. And I'm putting it out to both of you. What if I were to use polymorph? Change the 2 of you into...
He's not going on the ship, so he doesn't need to be transformed.
Okay. Let me change it. If we change both of us into seagulls, and it's a common enough creature, they'll see it. They probably won't give a shit about it. That way, we can get onto the ship, though we'd only be in that form for about an hour. Well, you would be in that form for about an hour.
We still need to be able to get into the kitchen, so I was thinking something a little smaller.
Ah, a dock rat.
Something they won't kill on sight. If God help you, we're a rat and we get seen in a kitchen, they will stab the fuck out of us if their cook is worth a damn. I was thinking something a little smaller, less noticeable.
I'm just remembering an idiom. A fly on the wall.
I don't want to be a fly. I really don't want to be a fly. Flies don't have good life expectancies.
Yes. And the only other small thing I could think of that they probably wouldn't immediately notice would be a spider. They're small. They tend to be in corners. Especially like those annoying daddy long legs.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, a spider would be a really good idea. I'm glad you thought of it.
Alright. So I could change you into a spider.
Give me an insight check.
Right there. I'm very scared because of that low number.
You don't notice anything. She seems totally fine. Out of curiosity, what kind of spells do you have prepared today? How many spells can you prepare today? Spell save DC. No, that's a spell save DC. That's the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for another thingy. Or druid spells you can prepare equal your wisdom modifier plus your druid level. So
I could prepare a lot of spells.
Level 12. What's your wisdom modifier?
Wisdom modifier is 5, so I can prepare 17. 12 plus 5, 17. Wait.
Cool. I was just curious. Because I noticed it didn't seem like you had 17 spells marked on your sheet back here. That's why I asked. I suggest you pick your spells right now, before bad things happen.
Okay, so I
have nothing's happening right this second. It's more of like, unlike the rest of the spellcasters on your ship, you have to actually have your spells prepared at the beginning of the day, and it's
and I only had 12 spells prepared.
It looks like you had the right number, hence why I was looking it up just now.
Yeah, I kind of forgot you add the wisdom modifier. I was going by druid level, so I only had 12 spells prepared initially.
Which means you were 5 short. It's not bad. So you just throw 5 more in there.
What's the wording of this one? Nope. Doesn't help us. Okay. So, do that.
That's really useful for long distance traveling.
That would be useful, yes. Range of another plant at any distance, yada yada yada. The same plant at distance, for example. You know what? I have an idea. Escape route. I could use that to transport us to the plant that's in the captain's room, into Captain Torque's room.
There is no way his fucking potted house plant is big enough for transport via plants.
Because it requires like a larger.
And it's a magical link between a larger inanimate plant, meaning you have to go into a plant and exit a plant, like a tree. Sorry, a lot of your fucking crazy plant druid bullshit ain't gonna work in the open goddamn sea, motherfucker. You gotta have to think someone else. Bitch. Unless you get down in the water looking for that giant algae plant. Bitch.
Constitution saving? That's probably something they're very good at.
I'm actually surprised you didn't say switch to mosquitoes, since it's small enough not to be noticed.
She has
It's
not.
Mosquitoes
not
get
as not
slapped though.
as not going to piss off Drucilla.
She said no fly, so I figured a mosquito probably she wouldn't be impressed with.
Pretty much anything that spiders eat, she's like a no-go.
And
She's
mosquitoes
like,
are
I
one
don't
of
want
those.
to be spider food, okay? It's bad. Everything I learned in childhood told me anything spiders eat, you don't want to be. And they eat a lot of tiny insects. I don't want to be a tiny insect. So, on that ship, and I get stuck in a spider web and get eaten by a spider, I'm going to be really pissed.
Well, she can't exactly be a spider.
That would be the most humiliating way for me to die. Being eaten by a spider.
Shindu, this is kind of a world lore question.
Yes.
How common are locusts?
I mean, it depends on the region of the world you're in, but...
Where we are at the moment.
I don't know exactly off the top of my head, but let me ask you this, Kiri. Why do you ask?
Because I had a thought of using insect plague to just have a bunch of locusts, like, fly up, go onto the ship. That would cause a mass distraction, possibly kill a few of the enemies. And with that, my question is...
So what you're saying is you're wanting to start a combat before literally anyone else is there.
A distraction was what I was thinking, but at the same time, if the locusts
You know
are
what the best distraction is? You want to know the best distraction in the world? One you don't have to fucking use. Because if they don't know there's anything there, they have no reason to look for you.
At that point, I might as well just summon like a school of dolphins just to do tricks by the ship. Actually, that requires me to do something. Never mind.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help you think in a way to where you conserve some of your spell slots. So you don't burn them all in the immediate. You know, you don't burn them all in the prepping planning stages, and have some for the combat. Since you're going to have to be burning spells for polymorph.
Mm-hmm. I'll have to burn one.
Okay, Jim Pan, we gotta sit down and think about what creature could Kiri transform into that's not a spider or something that gets eaten by a spider.
Remember? They've already settled on spider. You're not there. We've already settled on spider.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take those away from Drucilla.
Okay.
Gets her a little bit closer to Lolth.
You don't know that. That was what the insight check was about. You don't know what her reaction was. You don't know what she was thinking. Her face was an impassable wall. Her bluff check.
And Dr. Ice can barely read humanoid faces. He can read Eric Crocker faces, but not humanoids.
Yeah. Yeah, I would jokingly give you advantage on Eric Crocker because they're the only face you know.
Yep.
What the fuck? Whoa, what shit? Oh shit, your fucking sheet has some extra things on here. That's cool. I hadn't seen these. They must have updated it in the Roll20. Ooh, oh, that's fucking cool. It has a spell duration timer, skill challenge successes. Fuck, that's cool. A short rest, a long rest button. Oh.
Yeah, why do you think I asked you to update update my sheet for me?
I don't play as the player in D&D that much anymore. I hadn't seen this yet.
Which one are you looking at?
This shit. That's super cool.
Which one are you looking at?
I'm just looking at the thing that you have all these little like special things on your sheet now. I didn't know that they had all this.
Oh, that's stuff that I added because I thought, you know what? We're going to deal with skill challenges. Let's have like a good tally.
I was also talking about the buttons you have here that I know you didn't add. The short rest and long rest button, which I assume you click on for adding on the concept of having a short and long rest. Is my assumption.
I never saw those buttons before. I think that's
They
maybe
must have been added since the last update. They added a bunch of stuff for me. Now, when I do dynamic lighting, I can actually put actual doors and windows onto maps, which the players can open themselves. If the doors are unlocked, they can open the door, enter the room, and then close the door.
Yeah,
I don't have to move barriers around anymore. I just go, the room is the room. Do what you want.
that I saw.
I can also make secret hidden doors and windows and locked doors and windows. You can see through the windows, you can't see through the doors, but you can't physically go through the window without opening it first. So like I said, it's actually pretty cool. So whatever the last update of Roll20 was, they added some cool shit to everybody.
Granted, I clicked both the short and long rest buttons. It didn't show anything in the text. I'm not sure.
That's because you haven't really expended anything. Also, your initiative is wrong for some reason.
Let me guess. It's going by dex again?
Yep. Let's see. 3.17. 3.17. Most likely when you guys were leveling up your characters, it changed some things.
Probably.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me completely.
Yeah. I just changed the value of it in your attributes and abilities on your sheet because I took the initiative value box and I dragged it all the way to the top so we could find it easily and edit it as necessary. But it's been fixed now. It's all good. Now, spiders upon the ship. First target will be the kitchen, then possibly the med bay if necessary. Now, Kiri, you get 2 wild shapes per short rest, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So, that means, because the way this will work is you have to come out of wild shape to cast polymorph. Drucilla has to come out of polymorph to poison things. So, logistically, the way this would work, how you guys want to do it, you would have to go spiders, you cast polymorph on her, you wild shape, and you go creepy crawly through the ship, get to the kitchen. She comes out of it, poisons. You come out of it, recast, back to spider forms, and then. Question is, do you want to go to the med bay, or do you want to then exit the ship? Because you wouldn't have a second wild shape to use. You'd have to burn extra spell slots if you wanted to cast polymorph on yourself.
I'm just quickly checking.
And you would be less mentally aware because polymorph changes your mental stats too, not just your physical stats like wild shape does. So you will also polymorph essentially makes you a spider, which means you would have the intelligence of a spider. That being said, if you wild shaped into a spider, you would have your own intelligence and can then kind of like nudge Drucilla where she needs to go if she, as a spider, gets distracted and starts to go do spider things.
Yep.
He says as I'm quickly going to look at the intelligence of a spider. So I need my monster manual. So I want to know.
Intelligence of 1.
You would have to be on spider babysitting duty.
Yes, I will.
Because she will very easily forget what the fuck she's doing.
And I will, even if I have to web her up and hold her on my back. Except that actually probably
like you could turn her into like a baby spider, and you could be an adult spider, and you carry her around.
Yes.
Then you kind of just stop, concentrate on the spell or whatever. I think polymorph's a concentration, right? I think so.
I believe it's concentration because it feels like every single spell a druid has is that. Yep.
Yeah, welcome to life.
Concentration. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish the druids had less concentration.
There it is. Just in case I need spider stats.
And it's tiny.
Yes. Which is the whole point. But with its spider climbability and its tiny size, with its bonus of +4 to stealth, will make it easy for you guys to get around as needed. Now, have you got your 17 spells prepared now?
Oh, I have one more I can prepare.
Okay.
You know what? The ultimate GTFO system. Is there some?
They transport via plants. You can use sea plants. Go down and use the sea anemones to escape.
And if I'm small enough, I could theoretically do that.
Kidding. I mean,
Question.
there may or may not be big ass fucking sea plants down there. I don't fucking know.
Question. Is algae considered tiny or diminutive?
Depends on the algae. This is a fantasy world. You can find giant kelp. I don't fucking know. That's a later problem that comes up that we resolve then rather than worrying about it in the future because I don't fucking know. Like plants are the plants. Like they can be of any size and shape.
If emergency comes about, fireball.
A fireball?
Yes. Wait. Oh, that was because I had the staff of fire. Never mind. I don't have fireball.
Let's say. Staff lets you cast fireball if you're attuned to it, but that's not a druid spell. I would suggest you editing that spell to specify what its source is. Because let's see, there's a thing you can do if you go in here to edit, because I'm looking right at it. Where is it? Where it's got the word innate, you can put staff of fire. And when you close that back up, you'll have the word staff of fire next to the word fireball. So you know, oh, I can't cast that spell because it's not a druid spell unless I have the staff. And then you got to spend the charges to do it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a spell called Wall of Water. Did I put that there? I don't think that was in the player's handbook. You get that from your book?
It's from one of the splat books.
Cool. I only threw the player handbook books spells in there because it was easier. Because the compendium has 90% of the player handbook spells. So I just typed them in, just clicked and dragged them, and I said, yeah, if they're not on this list, and you can if you find them on the druid list, but they're not on your sheet, you can add them yourself.
That's what I've been doing.
I gave you like 3/4 of the druid spells of the game. I gave you most of them. Now, presuming you are now properly prepared with your 17 spells, I need to use the bathroom for a quick moment. So, I shall give all of you some final moments to prep or think of anything that you haven't already thought of while I go and use the restroom. Then the fun begins.
I so wish Daniel was here.
Yeah. So,
Oh, this plan is so gonna suck. I wish we had Daniel here.
yeah.
I'm really bad at planning things, it seems.
So much
So am I.
So much for our foolproof plan of poisoning the ship. We might have to get into ship-by-ship combat.
Actually, I might draconic split and attack the hull, so they cannot steer the ship when they're start sailing.
I actually might have to prep water breathing just so that for our escape route.
You have. How long does water breathing last?
Like 8 hours.
And you have it on already, so
Duration 24 hours.
then you don't have to worry about that.
Whew. Still gotta figure out the 17th spell. Like, what would be useful? And polymorph, I could theoretically polymorph myself and Drucilla into something, but that would then take away all the level 4 spells I have. I doubt there's animals on board, so Awaken probably wouldn't help.
And we can do Drucilla spider form.
You know what?
Maybe.
Contagion. Theoretically with my touch. I'd have to ask Shendu about that. If theoretically I could use Contagion to effectively contaminate medical supplies. Because it's technically not a creature. Question.
I'm back.
Question.
Answer.
Even though theoretically Contagion affects a creature within my reach, could I use that as a way of effectively contaminating medical supplies?
No, because it's a creature, not an object.
Well, hence why I wanted to ask you.
Yeah. As if I'm not mistaken, let me look at it. It's supposed as a creature, not an object.
I mean, to be fair, it never hurts to ask.
No. I'm just pointing out when it says target, it says a creature. It specifies. It specifically states a creature.
And
Essentially,
unfortunately,
you're taking whatever disease it is you're giving them and essentially putting it into them by you're essentially infecting them with the disease and skipping the incubation period, so they get affected by it almost immediately. I think.
it can't transform into a poisonous spider and infect them that
I'm
way.
pretty sure all spiders are venomous to a degree.
They are, but most spiders' venom isn't big enough to take anything out that's not an insect.
Unless you're like, say, like a funnel web or a black widow or something like that.
Even then, they still don't use
Yeah,
venom
but
on people that often either.
Black Widow would definitely be noticed by the crew, especially in the mid bay, and you'll be one dead surgeon.
Oh, my spider form will die. I'll then come out as an angry bird person.
Yeah, same thing with
yeah,
polymorph.
yeah, and then
drow.
And they didn't know to check everything. As our plan will be pretty much down the drain.
That being said, I assume you wait till evening to begin your plan.
Yes.
And we'll begin praying as we see our plans fall to ashes.
Oh, I wish Daniel was here.
Evening fall. The sun sets. Twilight. You and Drucilla, pair your infiltration. Make sure she's got her sneaking leathers on.
Mm-hmm.
Long joke.
And she's got to look her best.
Now, hopefully, I was hoping Drucilla was a ninja, but unfortunately, yeah. Good luck.
She's got her sneaking leathers. Yeah, the actual ninja on your crew is Ryota. He is actually a ninja. He's from the lands of... So I actually don't know where he's from. You never asked. You just know he dresses like a ninja. He wears like a ninja gi and the mask and all that. Yeah, back to what we were saying. You and Drucilla... Or rather, Drucilla says, well, this is where I'm going, and I would hope you follow me. And she just dives in the water.
I follow her.
You swim much slower than she does, obviously. All that extra water in your wings. Like, ew, gross.
Yeah, and you can't exactly use wings as like, well,
If you were a type of bird that was like a penguin, sure you would. But
I'm
you
not.
are not a swimming bird. You are a flight bird. Your feather structure is very different.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, you guys both underwater, so you just bloop, 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 up to the ship. She gets up onto the side of the ship, and she goes, or you guys come up out of the water just right next to the ship. And she goes, now would be a good time to be spiders, so we can just up in there.
All right. Polymorph. Boom. Spider form.
Turn her into a spider as she adheres to the side of the ship, and you see her kind of go. Her animated thorax start swaying back and forth in this like little wiggle motion.
Mm-hmm. All right.
If you were to guess, she seems happy. Yep. She's having a great time. And then she starts scuttling.
And I'll check spider as well. Boom.
Boom.
Start following. And I keep close to our new spider, Drucilla.
Animal handling.
Huh?
Roll me an animal handling check. Right now, she's technically an animal, so you roll me an animal check.
Is it a check? Oh, it is a check. All right.
Should be wisdom based, so it shouldn't change much since you're wild shaped. Since you have the same mental stats.
14.
14. You easily herd her and keep cutting her off, but she keeps trying to wander towards like a bug. You're kind of like, hey, stay focused. She brings her forelegs up, she kind of like slaps at you, and you bring your forelegs up, you kind of slap at each other, so you have this like spider slapping fight for a second, and then you like chase after her. You do this for like several minutes before you finally get her on track, and eventually get her hopefully into the kitchen. Give me stealth checks.
Considering how small we are, could I theoretically argue that we have advantage of this? No, I can't.
Dude getting thrown by a spider. Yeah. I will say, given how meticulous you guys were playing, I will say you do have advantage on your stealth checks. But you will also use the stealth of the spider, which is a +4 stealth, just so you're aware.
Oh, +4, so that then becomes a 21.
Yes.
Yeah. Fun part of being a druid. You keep the mental stats, but you get the physical stats instead.
She got a 12. Hoping for something better. But, as far as you know, no one notices 2 spiders scuttling on towards the ship.
And spiders are probably actually not unwelcomed on ships because they keep flies away. Or at least they eat the flies.
And, eat people. By biting them, causing poison.
Well, we're not that big.
Spider bites are bad.
Alright.
That being said, You quickly scuttle down into underneath the door and then up on the wall and the ceiling of the lower decks quickly enough where you're not noticed. And eventually find your way. Well, let's actually see if you find your way. Roll me an investigation check.
Hey, that should also be your advantage since
Please be good.
Drucilla. Well, then again, Drucilla.
Drucilla's intelligence is not good enough right now to help him, so
I
it
was
is
about
a
to
straight
say.
roll.
I was about
She
to
has
say
the mental
that.
stats of a spider. She has
Yeah.
a 1 intelligence.
She has an intelligence of 1, which is a -5 modifier.
I was just about to say that.
Now, with a 13, however, you've served on the Stormbreaker enough, and most ship designs, when it comes to standard layouts, are fairly similar unless you're in widely different cultures with widely different designs. But across multiple cultures, at least here on the Sword Coast, most ships have the same layout. So a 13 is more than enough for you to find the galley, also known as the cafeteria in our modern days, which is where the kitchen is typically connected to. So, get to the kitchen.
Is there anyone in the kitchen right now?
Yes, there is. There is a cook in the kitchen.
Shit.
You see a small pantry door somewhere on the other side of the room as well.
Okay, so we got a pantry door.
You see Drucilla wandering towards that pantry door.
Follow her.
She slips under the pantry door.
Okay. When we're both under there, I'm going to undo polymorph.
She turns into a person inside the pantry room, which is just big enough for one human-sized person.
I'm then gonna climb up her leg, and like get to her shoulder.
No, she doesn't do that. She would never do that. It's funny though.
And using my little spider legs, I'll try and point stuff.
Picks you up and just puts you in her hair. Yeah. And she looks at the food. She starts inspecting the food. She starts looking at it. She's like, okay, potatoes, tomatoes. Okay, we got flour, grain. Where's the? She's like, she like hears a creak behind, on the other side of the door. Where is her stat sheets? There she is. See if you can find what she's looking for. Nope. She just goes, fuck. It's not in here. I should have known he was a lazy. He would have been a lazy cook. Not storing it properly. It's probably in the kitchen.
Shit.
Can't talk. You're a spider.
Yeah, I realized
She
that.
goes to open the door. I'm gonna have her roll her stealth check now.
Please be good. Please be good.
Pulls out a hand crossbow. Fuck. Shoots him in the ass. Ow, something bit me. I feel he just goes to sleep.
That's some Metal Gear stuff right there.
The drow, of course, she has drow sleeping poison.
Okay.
I just don't mark it on her sheet.
All right.
She puts her hand crossbow away. Sneaks over to the guy, grabs him, drags him over to the side of the room. Opens up his cabinets, his pantries, and shit like that. And she's like, "All right, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?" She gets down on the floor and starts going. Bingo. Ha! Pulls out a thing of booze, goes over to him, uncorks it, just dumps it on him. Dumps like half of it on him, and then takes the other half, and then takes the rest of the bottle and just puts it right in the crook of his arm, and just pours some in his mouth, swishes it around a little bit. Tilts his head so he doesn't choke on it. Puts the bottle like in the crook of his arm, and there, he'll think he's drunk.
Okay.
She goes, now to find the food I'm really looking for.
I try to do
this. The lard. Yeah. Bloop, 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 bloop. Takes the spoon. Bloop, bloop. What? She looks like other cans of lard. She takes all of those, throws them all in the closet. Leaves only the one. The one that she poisoned right there. She goes, they'll eat that for breakfast. What else we got here? So you'll definitely want, probably, let's see, from Waterdeep. Like, you see her doing some calculations in her mind. It's like, okay, they're from Waterdeep, they're human. They'll probably want some fresh fruit for the beginning of a journey. They'll definitely want to eat the fruit first, because then they'll perish first. Given the storage facilities we have here, okay, cool. She pulls out some different type of poison. Did you notice that at this point you finally notice she's got like a whole satchel bag, like this big, and it's got like 5-6 different jars of whatever the fuck you don't know. And she pulls some out, a different jar, and she's like, okay, cool. Pulls out like a syringe and like starts injecting like oranges. She grabs like 3 or 4 different oranges. Choo, choo.
In Spider, Dr. S is going to go, note to self, don't piss off Drucilla.
She knows the exact right poison for the exact right species and the exact right food to put it in. As in case you guys are wondering, yes, I've done research on this. Certain poisons don't interact with certain foods very well. They ruin the taste of the food to the point to where it becomes obvious it's been poisoned. So real poisoners in actual history had to think carefully about what kind of poison they used based on what person they were trying to kill. As well as if you're trying to poison someone's drink, certain poisons would leave certain visual effects to your food or drink. So you had to be careful what kind of poison you used. Mm-hmm. That's what she was doing. She's doing calculations. She's like, okay, they'll probably also want. See, there was dried meat rations in there, but where's the fresher meat? They'll eat the fresher meat first. Bacon. Gotta dry it so it's not all like glistening. Perfect. Let's rewrap that. Put that right there where you had it, because that's right there next to the pot. So yeah, you'll cook that first. I'm gonna grab the rest of this bacon. She just starts putting extra. She puts all the extra bacon that was on the counter. She starts stuffing them in her pocket. Pocket bacon. Pull some of that. Not bad. Puts the rest of it back in the pocket. Ooh, an apple. Puts like half the apple back in her bag for later. She goes over, takes that dude's booze, takes a quick swig of it. Yeah. You cook with this? Gross. Puts it back in his arm. She finds a thing of coffee grounds, like coffee beans. Opens that up. Pulls out a powder. Pulls that back up. Puts that back away. What else we got in here? Got the fruits. Got the coffee. Got the lard. Got the meat. Utensils. Finds like various spoons or whatever, and then pulls out a different poison and just slathers the ends of the spoons, ends of forks, knives, all the eating utensils. She just starts putting poison on. She just starts like spraying on it. She has a very wide variety of poison. Nice.
Mm-hmm. I cannot find the appropriate GIF, but I was just imagining, like, you ever played Red Dead Redemption 2? The poisoning of the knives.
Ha. No, I've never played I've never played the second one, but yeah, I believe I know what you're talking about, though. Not being shed. She goes, "Cool." She reaches out and plucks you out of her hair and goes, "I need you to be a spider again." And she puts you down on the ground. She kind of like places you on the ground and quickly gathers her things up, starts putting her back in her bag, and like reattaches it back to her belt.
All right. I then raise a little spider arm and asking, as if I'm asking, "You ready?"
She was assuming you would turn into a person and then can talk to her.
Yep.
At some point.
All right.
It was just like, I need to be a spider again. She put you back on the ground and gathered her things while she was waiting for you to morph. Because it takes you like a half second or two to transform. You don't just go and you're instant.
Yep. Boom. After a couple seconds, a bird person appears.
She goes, "Cool. 1 second." She pulls out a rag and everything she touches, she starts wiping everything down.
Gotta get rid of the fingerprints.
Just in case this is one of those fancy worlds that does have CSI, we don't want to leave any of them.
I look to my feet. Does it look like my talons are digging into the wood?
She looks down at your feet. She pulls another rag out and wraps her talons in. She just like grabs her ankle and just. And then she also takes a moment and looks at the ground as well, and she goes. She reaches down, she picks one feather that fell on the ground, and then puts that in her pocket. And she looks very carefully, and she goes up. And you see she picks up one single strand of silvered hair. She kind of like balls that up, puts that in her pocket. No evidence left behind.
I look to the pantry door. Is it closed?
Good call. Click. Okay.
Okay. Boom. You're a spider now. And wild-shaped spider. Wait, hang on. 5 seconds before. Okay. Next room, we're going to the doctor's office.
Oh, don't worry.
The med bay.
I heard about it. I got the memo.
Okay. Spider. And I'm a spider too.
Like this is pretty much Drucilla.
With horns, yeah, that's pretty much her right now. She is the master of poison, which is why I picked her to be your chef at the very beginning of the campaign, because it made me laugh that Drow, who have mastered poison, like it is one of the most poison is more common in Drow society than any other form of liquid. Yeah, like you'll find more poison, you'll find healing potions in Drow cities. And they are well known for their highly skilled use of poisons. And she's your primary cook on the ship. It's what made me laugh. So,
I also like to thank Leonardo.ai because I can actually make this picture instead of hunting for it on the web.
This actually sounds like a stupid question, but considering
I have stupid answers for you.
As a druid, would I have a rough understanding of non-verbal communications of the various species I could transform into?
I mean, spiders
even if it
each other to some extent.
Okay, so to Spider Drucilla,
said, give me another investigation check this time, Dr. Ice, because you're looking for the medical bay with advantage. because you should know where that is. You spend 90% of your time in in your own medical bay, and again, if layouts are the same, should be similar. To 25, you find it easily. You go down the hall, down a few doors, around the corner, up, down, left, right. I don't actually know the full layout.
Press A,
Up, down, left, right, BA, start, select.
yeah.
Up, down, left, right. ABX where?
Konami codes, everyone.
Circle, square, triangle, star, select.
I'd like to think I know where things are, considering.
Well, you do find it quite easily. There is a single man inside the medical bay who is currently asleep. He's on a cot towards the back of the room. You recognize him as possibly a surgeon, since the surgeons typically reside somewhere near the medical bay in case they need to be on call at any time. Dr. Leibowitz himself has his own room attached to your own medical bay.
Okay. So wait,
this man obviously, instead of having an attached room, he just sleeps on one of the medical cots.
Okay, so no attached room, just a kind of a big medical area.
You don't. I mean, there might be an attached room. He could have his room. He could have another room across the hall. You don't know. You just know for right now he's sleeping in the medical bay in one of the cots. Why? Because he felt like it. Who knows?
I'd like to take the next couple of seconds just to look at him and try and gauge, like, roughly how deep a sleep is he in. Granted, I'm a spider, so I can't exactly see all the angles.
Insight. You have 8 eyes. You can see a lot of things.
Oh, damn.
What would you like to know, Kiri?
Like, does it look like he only just went to sleep, or does
he's
it look
been asleep for a while?
Wake up?
He's been asleep for a while. He's in deep REM sleep right now.
Okay.
You can tell. You look at the rhythmic breathing. You look at the rapid eye movement. He's dreaming. He's in deep REM sleep.
Okay. I'm going to basically tell.
What would you like to know about this man? I can give you pretty much his life story at this point. You rolled a natural 20 on his insight check.
Does he have any children?
You don't see. You don't. Well, there's no way to know that for certain because he is a man, not a woman. Like a woman, you could probably figure that out on because like women's bodies do change a lot, pre and post pregnancies. But for men, they don't physically change that dramatically enough for you to notice.
Unless they have like photos or something.
Yeah, you don't. But this is an insight check, so you're looking more at him, the person. Mm-hmm. You know that he's an older gentleman. He's got salt and pepper hair. He has sunburnt skin, leathery, weathered form. So you can easily tell he's been working on a ship or working as a seaman of some kind. Whether he's been a medic the entire time or a doctor the entire time, you don't know. But you don't know he's been on a ship for a long fucking time. You'd say he's probably in his 40s, maybe 45, give or take. You ever knew he's human. You definitely notice that he is missing one finger. And you notice he has not so much as a club foot, but you definitely know there's a slight deformity to his left foot that would mean that he would have a slight limp. Ever so slight, almost imperceptible. Most people wouldn't notice it unless they knew him for a long time and paid attention greatly. You figured it out in less than 5 seconds because you're awesome like that.
Question on ruling. A spell I have an idea of using. It requires a...
I'm sorry, what spell?
I was thinking feign death. That way I can basically put the character... actually, no, never mind. That doesn't work the way I thought it did.
The target has to be willing.
Yeah, and it's willing, but the person's unconscious, so theoretically I can't ask for consent. So I kind of realized...
Remember, kids, consent's important. This has been your D&D PSA. Always have consent. No means no.
The more you know.
The more you know.
was like a spur of the thought thing where I thought, okay, he's unconscious. What if I put him to like the equivalency of like
you feel an incessant tapping on your thorax.
Yep. Undo. Boom. And Drucilla is back to being drowned.
She pulls a knife out and looks at you and like kind of like picks you up on her finger and kind of looks at you, looks at him, looks at you, looks at him.
I do the spider equivalency of be quiet or slit the throat. It probably gets mistranslated. And it's probably lost in translation.
She goes, and she stabs. I'm just kidding. No, she gets it. You're a spider doing spider behavior to someone who literally worships a spider queen. She understands how to communicate with fucking spiders.
As she's doing this, I try and ask her
it's actually required learning for Drow to understand spider ecology 101. All Drow children go through it. Is a required course in their school. They all have to learn how to understand spider behaviors.
And I'm going to try and ask her, obviously not verbally, to milk me. To milk my venom.
And she goes, I don't talk to spiders. I can just guess their general mood. But you're doing some weird gestures that I've never seen before. So I'm just going to put you up here and I'm going to do my thing. And then she goes and does her thing. There's no fucking way in hell she's going to understand any kind of milking gesture from a fucking spider. That's not standard spider behavior. Spiders will go milk me. And again, I will point out she has 5 other fucking poisons, my guy. She's got this.
Doctor,
she goes and finds the bandages. She finds the linen bandages, which are, all the nice clean linen cloth that's stored in wrapped in a leather pouch or whatever. She opens that up. She pulls out a poison, and she just kind of just opens the bag and just kind of takes it and just kind of dumps it onto the bandages, and then closes the bag and kind of just make sure it gets all swarmed around in there. She kind of just sits it down. She looks around, she goes, I don't know what any of these do. Find the cures. And she holds you up to the bottles. Actually, you know what? Why don't you come out of fucking spider form? It'd be easier if I could talk to you.
Okay. I jump off her, and then...
You jump and start free falling to the equivalent of a 100-story drop to a spider.
And I cease being a spider.
Hit the ground, you take a whole 1 point of damage, and then you're now an aircracker.
Yep. And I look to the door. Is there a lock or something on it?
Why would there be a big ass lock on the medbay? That's crazy.
In other words, you might want to work fast.
Yep. So
she goes, find the antidotes.
I will
sometime tonight.
Yes, and I will start looking for the antidotes.
Medicine check. You easily find them. You find 4 jars of antitoxins.
Yoink!
Which is an actual item in the game, folks, so you can add that to your sheet. 4 things of antitoxin.
4 jars of antitoxin. Okay.
Antitoxin. I believe in the player's handbook, it's literally just listed as antitoxin, and I think it has a unit of how much is in each container of it.
And how many?
You essentially the equivalent of 4 uses of an antitoxin item.
How many did you say there were? 4.
4.
All right.
4 antitoxin.
Okay.
She goes, awesome. Yeah.
This is gonna be a problem.
Dr. Rice, this is outside my area of expertise. if someone needed you to help them, what items would you use in this room?
I look to the wall of medicines. Are there like antiseptics, antibacterials,
You
painkillers?
see, using your knowledge, which we'll use the medicine check from a moment ago, using your knowledge of medical sciences, which yours is a much more less learned and more rather than yours is less of a formal version like Dr. Leibowitz because he actually went to university.
Learn as you go.
But you're like the hedge doctor / like tribal medicine person. So your knowledge of more natural medicines is much more extensive than Dr. Leibowitz's. His is much more of the sciences. Yours is his is more of the chemical sciences, and yours is more of the natural sciences. So you do take a moment to look. You have worked with Dr. Leibowitz for a while, so you do know some of what he does know. You do recognize there are some of the medicines here are like poultices and whatnot for dealing with burns. Some of them are dealing with infection control, like a form of antibiotics. But this is, your pirate-esque fantasy. So you wouldn't necessarily in this world. You wouldn't necessarily address them as antibiotic medicines, but you do find something that would be the equivalent of this time period / cultural standard. Technology level, that's what I was looking for. Of this technology level, not time period. There is no time period. It's this technology level. And she goes, so that's the stuff you use to make the wounds not get worse, right?
I nod.
Cool.
And I assume Drucilla is basically whispering.
Yeah, but it's stage whispering. I have to talk loud enough for you to fucking hear me.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you hear something whispering and then you put down fucking set.
We
It
need
was
to
really
do
weird
this.
on the mic.
All right, we need to prepare the gang tree to do blah blah blah.
But anyway, so she's like, cool. So you just in there. You find let's see what else would be down there. You find you also find medical instruments down there. Obviously, they're in like they're like in that. Have you ever seen what it looks like you ever seen like a classic scene where somebody's about to get tortured and they pull out the weird leather pouch thing and they unroll it and there's like little tools in each of these little like pocket things?
Yes.
Doctors have those too. You find one of those and she kind of, you see like scalpels and tweezers, all your little medical instruments. She just goes,
can I use my 21 to indicate like if those are actually good tools or just garbage?
you take a moment and you look at them and you go, yeah, these are used tools. They're not pristine, but they're not like rusty implements. They're well maintained, but definitely show the sign of having been used more than once. So like you think these are like his go-to tools because they're also sitting right next to where if you were having a medical emergency in here, this is sitting exactly where yours would be sitting. So it's close on hand. So they're like, we need to operate on this man, and it would be right fucking there where you need it. Oh, she sprays all the instrument, rolls it back up, puts it back where it was. She fucked with the antibiotics. The essentially the fucking ye old Neosporin that you use to stop those nice infections. The hydrogen peroxide.
Oh, I have so many nightmares of hydrogen peroxide on my knee.
Yeah. I still use it all the time.
I mean, you're an EMT.
For my own personal use. Well, I don't actually use it at work. We don't actually use it at work. At work, we hydrogen peroxide and stuff like that is used for like long-term healing. If I'm showing up, we need more emergency situations, so we usually just throw lots of bandages on it. And wound infection is something that like we worry about later. Because we're not really worried about your wound getting infected if we're worried about keeping most of your blood inside of you.
Yeah, we want to make sure you can actually keep that
Yeah,
leg.
you can't exactly worry
Kill
about.
you in a minute. Infection will kill you in several days, depending. So it's a time thing. I don't spend enough time with you for me to worry about your wound getting infected. Especially because worrying about plucking things out or leaving it open or whatever can cause other problems that we just go, and just however it looks like, just take the bandage and pack it down. Just pack it down. Just pack it down. Anyway, get back to the game.
Quickly looking around, is there a closet or something where theoretically two people that were like hugging each other could hide for at least an hour?
You want to do some weird makeout session with Drucilla in the closet? You want to spin the bottle now, my friend?
I have no more wild shapes.
Drucilla's type.
I have no more wild shapes.
Not her type. Now, here's the thing. You can cast polymorph on yourself, obviously.
But I lose my.
It has its own
intelligence.
ramifications with it. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. Indeed. Now, I will point out there is a window.
Oh, yes.
Actually, you know what?
There is a window. I
Hold
know
on.
a window.
Well, hold on. Before I give you too much false hope, before we make that assumption, I'll give you a 50-50 chance on whether there's a window here. Do you want high or low?
I would go low, because Lord knows dice don't like us.
33. There's a window in this room.
Okay. Can I... Actually... 2 uses of Hidden Pass. I managed to get...
What's that do?
Let me put it in the chat. I can move people 60 feet away. As well as...
On your turn, you can teleport up to 60 feet to an occupied space you can see. Alternatively, you can use your action to teleport one willing creature you touch up to 30 feet to an occupied space you can see. Use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier minimum once, and gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest.
Yes.
So you can do this 5 times a day.
Yes. So if I use it on Drucilla, she'll get 30 feet away, but without a doubt, there's probably like a bunch of crates or something that could act as a window, well, a hidey.
So are you just going to teleport her ass outside instead of just opening the fucking window?
Oh, I kind of figure it was like a porthole where they were like 6 inches in diameter.
Drucilla's a thin woman. She could squeeze through that. You might have an issue with your wings, but if you try hard, you might. Yeah, it's about big. The size of the face.
And that is like the size of a
I
porthole.
will point out, you're a bird humanoid. You're very small in terms of like thinness. Drucilla is not just a woman, she's also an elven woman. She's a drow, which are also very petite and small. So in theory, you both could possibly, if you really work it, could squeeze through there. She might have issues getting her shoulders through, and maybe her hips, and you might have slight issues getting your wing joints through. But in theory, it could be done if you want to give it a shot.
Okay. Looking at the window, is there any like obvious locking mechanism?
the window. Sorry.
Like, is there any obvious locking mechanism? Like,
No.
okay. I gently push on the door before pulling on it, just to see if it opens in or out.
You push the door closed. Then you go back to the window.
So push is open.
The door opens into the room. Are you talking about the door or are you talking about the window?
The window. The porthole.
Okay. The porthole. Typically, portholes. I think portholes go open outward typically on a ship, if I'm not mistaken.
It would make sense because you'd want to have like the pressure keep the door closed.
Yeah, good point. So yeah, opens.
Right.
They protest loudly. I'm just kidding. So he goes,
Oh,
me first, you first. Me first, you first.
they're about one. Oh, they actually range like 6 inches to up to a foot.
Yeah, that's why I said about this big.
Okay,
About the size of the face.
I
You
will.
were thinking of a much smaller portal. I actually gave you bigger than 6 inches.
Okay,
Like I said, it's about yay big.
all right. I'm going to using just nonverbal communication indicate to Drucilla, like,
Bro, you don't know sign language. Don't try that. She just looks at. She just deadpans. She just goes, "You don't know dry sign language. Don't even try. We can talk."
I just point. I speak quietly, saying, "You go first."
Okay. She starts doing like some contortionist shit through the window as if she's done this before. I'm gonna have her roll an acrobatics check. Give her advantage on this because she's supposed to be good at this kind of stuff. You watch her start slipping up through it, and she gets to her shoulders. She kind of does this like weird twist and actually pops one of her shoulder joints to slide through. And then it doesn't seem like it bothers her too much. And then she gets to her hips, and then she does does this like weird like twist, so that instead of her hips coming up like this, it's more like this. So she slips one part of her hips through, and then gets the other one through, and it's slithers through. And then you hear sploosh of the water below.
Okay. I go to the porthole, and I realize
You see her in the water as she's doing the paddling with one arm. She's going.
Okay. I wrap my wings around me as tight as I can, even to the point where it feels like I'm probably going to dislocate the wings. I then try and slither my way through.
Acrobatics check.
Athletics?
Acrobatics. This requires finesse more than strength.
Acrobatics. Right there. Oh, big number. No whammies. Can I re-roll?
You can use inspiration if you want.
And I spend that inspiration token?
Okay. I was waiting to hear before I didn't hear the roll 20 roll the number. So the natural 20. You, having observed Drucilla, you realize that as a Aarakocra, your body's a little bit more flexible than hers. In terms of like the fact that as a bird, your bones are more hollow. Things are easier to break, but it also means that they have a little bit more give to them. They're not as resilient. So you don't actually have to dislocate your shoulders or anything like that. You kind of just, instead of wrapping, you realize instead of wrapping your wings around you, because that's stupid, that makes you wider, you instead just take your wings and extend them straight up above you and then push them through the porthole first, much like one uses their arms first, to slip through to create a smaller target or a more narrow body as you slip through the porthole. You also grab some aloe poultice and kind of grease up your shoulders and your hips a little bit and your wing joints like butter. And you're out. Sploosh.
Okay. I immediately grab Drucilla.
She's already to the docks. She fucking left your ass. You take too damn long.
Okay, I follow the path that Drucilla went.
You
Underwater.
moving at the same speed because she's swimming with one arm and you're slow. about fucking time you caught up. Jeez, what the fuck are you doing in there? Why do you smell like plants? Why do you smell like aloe?
Unlike some people, I have to try and work my way to fit through a window.
You're like fucking almost as small as me.
Yeah.
Other than those damn wings.
Huh?
And you make it
All
work.
right. Anything for lunch?
Well, I mean, not everyone can hold this girlish figure of mine. It's a lot of work. You know, diet, exercising,
How about the order?
gymnastics.
Also,
You know how tired it is to swim with only one arm?
yeah, speaking of that, go underwater. I'll help you out.
I'll fix it in a minute. It's not easily done in the water.
Yeah. Or at least heat up the fish.
It takes you guys a few minutes to get to the dock. She like climbs up.
Yeah.
She realizes that she doesn't have a second arm to like grab up there with. And she's like,
I asked her to get onto my shoulders.
Get up there, pull me up. Get up there, pull me up.
I pull her up, and with my left hand, I will cast Cure.
She goes, no. She slaps her hand and goes, no, stop wasting spells. Stop being dumb. Let me show you how us non-wizards do this. You know, let me show you those of us that don't use spells do this. And she just goes, boom, and just slams into her shoulder and relocates her shoulder herself.
That had to be
You
me.
need to stop relying on magic so much. And then she thumps you in the beak.
Ow!
This is why you fucking morons keep running out of spells all the time. Sorry. Why you fine officers of our ship keep running out of spells so much. And she thumps you again.
No!
Then again, between you, Leverett, and even Crete was an officer.
No respect. There's no respect.
I give you as much respect as I would give anyone in your position.
And I give you a whole lot of respect because I know you could probably
I
kill me.
respect you more than most people. Because normally, from where I'm from, I would have killed you during this operation to take your spot. That's how we move up in rank in my place. It was like, back in my hometown, that's how we go up in rank.
Theoretically, aren't I below you as far as ranking goes?
No, I'm the fucking cook, stupid.
And I'm
I'm
a
a senior
surgeon.
officer. I'm a junior officer.
Remind me when your birthday is. I'll make sure you get the best food ever.
Yola, Jimpan, and Ty's characters are all senior officer ranks. Drucilla is actually a junior officer, so you actually do outrank her.
I do like to think that this argument was like in character.
Yes. And she's like, do you even know how a ship position works? You know what? Never mind. Just know I respect you enough that I haven't tried to kill you yet.
Remind me when your birthday. Remind me when your birthday is, and I'll make sure you have the most delicious bits of meat.
You're not my type. She just goes, you're not my type. Let's go.
No. Shoot.
Like, sorry, your titties aren't nice enough for me. I prefer women. Drucilla is not sexually attracted to men, which is very common of many drow women, given their cultural society.
It's mostly women.
Very matriarchal.
Yeah, it's mostly women, and
most women only use men for reproduction. Men are mostly only used for the reproduction of their species. For actual romance, generally in most societies, you want someone equal to you. Men are second best in their society. So, shocker, women of stature prefer other women of stature for actual romantic entanglement. If you can even call what the drow do romantic.
It's actually quite horrific when you know the lore.
Yeah. Now, romance is barely even a concept in drow society, but obviously You're more attracted to someone that you see as an equal than you would be as someone beneath you, depending on the person. Not all draw women like other women. Some draw women like men. And actually keep a actual lover and not just a sperm donor around. It's very individually based. There are a lot of individuality in Drow society. See? Push that door closed.
The more you know.
Well, after the next rejection that Dr. Ice went through, he'll eventually just follow Drucilla.
Hi to the people, Roxy.
Puppy.
I'm pretty sure there's some duckheads on the ship that will take Dr. Ice.
This is our newly acquired Chewini. Her name is Roxy.
So, like, mixture of, like, a dachshund and a chihuahua?
Yes. Called Chewinos.
For some reason, I'm craving Taco Bell.
You mean after you poison the food, the water supply, you actually want to eat poison?
Hey, man, don't let somebody poisoning somebody else's food ruin your appetite.
Yeah, really.
It's terrible.
I ate hospital
Food is
food.
wonderful.
I mean, dude, I ate hospital food.
Drucilla's like the Gordon Ramsay if Gordon Ramsay was also doubled as an assassin from time to time.
Dude, I ate hospital food for 2 months. I'd rather go back to having that than freaking Taco Bell. At least the Taco Bell's around here.
Yeah, like you would know that Drucilla liked women if you guys ever interacted with your crew as much. There's a lot of very interesting information about your crew that almost none of you have ever figured out because none of you talk to them. Or very rarely talk to them.
To be fair, we're a bunch of weirdos that have no idea.
Why Drucilla likes cooking so much, or where she learned to cook. You know, where was she taught? You can also learn why she likes women.
To be fair, we're a bunch
She even has a reason. You would have even found out that she prefers women. And not into dudes. You don't know.
To be fair, we're a bunch of weirdos that have no idea how to effectively broach those topics.
It's really easy. You just go, I'm going to go chat up my people. You know, whoa, we're traveling for 7 days straight. I'm going to talk to some people. I'm going to interact with my crew. I'm going to initiate roleplay scenes.
I tried and failed constantly. So that's why I said, okay, let me just look at the book then.
You keep going for like the fucking Duchess and shit like that. She's one of many NPCs on your ship.
Yes, and I've tried making moves on her just to try and get a fang, and I've accepted probably not going to end well.
And if there Turk was up at the time.
She did say, asked you if what you were going to offer for the thing. You haven't really given her a good answer yet.
There was one thing I was thinking, but...
And Turk was up, he just hit around his sword like, no, give up on that quest.
I mean, I could offer my unlimited service.
Let me ask you this. Do you know where Vola's from? Do you know where Riota's from? Do you know where Drucilla grew up? Do you know anything about Kreev's clan, his Dragonborn clan? Because you know he has to have one. He's a Dragonborn, obviously. Do you know where the University of Gnomish Learning is? That your Dr. Leibowitz attended. These are very simple like life story questions that you've never fucking learned. That you've never had.
Over 2 years. We probably to figure out what our crew likes before.
I mean, I was just suggest during your downtimes, if you guys care. I'm not saying you have to. If you guys care enough to learn about them, you can also maintain a professional distance with your crew. That's up to you. I don't really care. I'm simply just pointing out that there are multiple opportunities that present themselves, especially when I go, cool, for this day of travel, or for these 8 days of travel, or these 4 months worth of travel, what is it you guys are doing in your downtime? That's generally the time when it's a good idea to bring it up. Also, during actual downtime of shore leave is another time where it could be appropriate because nobody's working during shore leave. I mean, just things for thought.
Because the only thing we know about, let's say, the Stormbreaker sisters is that they're not actually blood related.
But they are deep in their heart of hearts and their soul of souls. Because, as a reminder, in Tabaxi culture, Tabaxis are essentially hippies. So
Woodstock.
It doesn't really matter as much when you say brother and sister. They're kind of like, we are now family. We're all connected in the great cycle of life. They're hippies. This is why they all have hippie names.
Shendu, I have a quick gameplay question for you.
Yes.
If theoretically, what I was offering to the Duchess was an eternal servant, could I still be a druid even if I were a vampire? Also, can Arakaka even be vampires?
Oh, here's another question. If you want to be a vampire, who's going to feed you with blood? There's a reason why I thought about having a vampire ship and changed my mind. The fact that, yeah, you have to keep a supply of blood.
I'm kind of going on to more the extreme end of the scale. But yes, theoretically.
Well, I once had a module called Red Hand of Doom where there was a druid and who was a lich that was an arch druid. I don't see why a vampire would be impossible. Now, that being said, I will point out one of the biggest major flaws of being a vampire is you get extra crispy in the sunlight.
Yeah, I kind of realized
the problem when you're sailing the great ocean seas there, my pirate friend. Considering you do most of your stuff during daylight hours, not during the night.
Yeah, which was kind of the big thing I was thinking. Is it worth it, considering?
Also, you also gotta take a moment to think, would she even accept you? Because if she did accept you, that means you're hanging out with her, not with them anymore. So essentially, you'd have to make a new character. Now, that being said, there are two things that you could give her in exchange for a thing, because it's not a permanent loss of a thing. Like, it would regrow. It would take a little bit, but it would regrow.
Would restoration spells work? Would restoration spells work?
No. Guys, I need you to take a moment to read the restoration spell. It doesn't restore body parts. It doesn't fix objects. It removes conditions. Please read the restoration spell. I hear people get this mistake a lot. And it's really easily fixed if you just read the spell.
I asked that because, out of character, I know healing spells would hurt her.
And restoration spells are useless because you can't restore body parts.
That's, healing spells do not harm the undead.
Oh, they don't?
No, they don't do that anymore. But to get back to your original question, if you're regrowing body parts, you need a 7th level spell called Regeneration to regrow body part.
Okay, I need to get one level higher.
However, she already regenerates, so, like I said, her thing will just grow back on its own. It's not that difficult.
At the same time, hippie...
And technically, you only really need one thing to punch her skin, and that's if she's doing it raw. As you notice, she typically drinks from a wine glass because she's a sophisticated vampire lord or lady or duchess.
Great, of course.
And you go for the raw neck bite, it gets blood all over the chin. Sometimes it gets down the neck, gets on her blouse. There's a reason why she wears red, so that if she does get red stains on there, you know how much of a pain in the ass blood it is to clean out of clothing, especially lace. Not easy.
I want to say that I don't like the fact that I know how hard that is. It is a pain in the ass.
Given the fact that I was a kid, yeah, I know how painful ass the blood is to wash off clothes. Sometimes to the point where it just replace the clothing altogether.
Yeah. And again, lace is a delicate type of fabric, so
And you got to be very careful.
even harder to
about
clean
doing
it out.
Like,
Granted, she's also filthy rich. She could have 30 of those fucking dresses, but it's not the point.
Anyway, going to get back to the ship anytime soon?
Yes, back to the ship. I believe the rest of the plan was you'd link up with Creed, and you do some Phantom Steed shit, and off to the end of the island, because that thing moves like a wicked bastard. Captain, you receive a sending from the sending stone in Creed's possession, telling you the mission was a success, and that they are returning, and he gives you a ETA that will be most likely before the end of the night. I don't fucking know.
yeah, because
Awesome.
I'm gonna need at least a 1 hour nap to get my wild shapes back, so that I can.
Indeed.
Hope they're not going to leave this evening. So
No ship leaves at the end of the day. Trying to sail out of harbor at night, probably a bad idea. But standard ships don't normally do that. Suspicious pirate ships do that. Smugglers do that. Merchant ships.
So more than an hour.
They leave in the morning.
So yeah, obviously more than an hour to get prepared, Dr. Ice.
Yep, I'm taking that nap, and I'm going to be prepared. And once that happens, I go into the water, I wild shape into a hunter shark, and
I was about to say good job, Drucilla. How was the mission?
Oh, I was just following the link because I thought we left.
Say again?
It was interesting.
Define interesting.
Successful. And I had a great time.
They had shit quality food. And the medical equipment was...
No, their food was okay. They had shitty wine, though. They had shitty cooking wine. The food wasn't that bad. I mean, the bacon... I've seen worse. The fruit was fresh, so I'll give them that. The lard... I mean, it's hard to fuck up lard. It's just a thing in a container. It's just lard. Lard is lard. It looked okay. The coffee grounds looked like they would make some shitty coffee, though. They didn't look like very good coffee beans.
Okay.
Why was in the freaking Flaming Fist? I never had chefs as more diligent as you. Usually they cook up second-rate crap just to make sure we're still standing.
I mean, I can whip up hearty meals that require little to no prep, but that doesn't mean they have to.
No. Keep cooking what you're cooking.
You know what I mean? Is like, just because you work on a ship doesn't mean your food has to be shit. You can make quick, easy meals that use preserved food. You have to have preserves. You know, you have to have some kind of preservation to maintain the food's quality. Otherwise, it gets gross,
terrible,
then inedible for long periods of time. You can easily slap things together without sacrificing taste. I can make hardtack taste better than most people. That's important.
And I like your hardtack. Please don't kill me.
Looks at you. You say that everyone in the vicinity, deckhands included, all go.
Like, are you high, dude?
Hardtack?
I don't have the same taste buds as you people.
Ever. And it tastes terribly. Most people soak it in beer to make it at least have some flavor and easier to chew.
I'm a bird. I eat things that you people would never eat.
Yeah, I'm a half. I'm a half orc,
and you just use your beak and you just
Yeah,
pay
and I'm a
him
half.
and he's-
Yeah. Like warning, I'm a half orc. I drink as
Being
drink as
half
much
orc
as a
doesn't mean you have to
freaking
eat garbage. Just saying.
Say again?
Just because you're half orc doesn't mean you have to eat garbage. Just saying.
No, I was about to say like I'm a half orc. I try to drive as much beer as a freaking gnome. Gnome.
Look, I don't have the same taste bud types as as humanites do. I don't have the same taste buds as you do.
Pocket bacon?
What?
Pocket bacon?
No.
Bacon was okay.
Cabin crew is like that's why I love this crew.
Oh,
It's so interesting.
Jim. Your tools are much better condition than they had on that ship. They were very
I
used.
recently had to replace them. Some of my tools were a little old.
Yes,
But thank you for saying so, young man.
we probably should have stolen those. Oh well.
No, mine are actually. I actually just bought mine since we were last in Waterdeep. I actually replaced most of my medical tools. Some of them broke trying to work on. He turns to the captain. You.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My job is to get in front of our castle to make sure they don't get killed.
Well, I'm not saying it's a problem, Captain. I'm simply pointing out that you have very thick, tough skin. And sometimes when I take my little tiny gnome scalpel to try and carve into you, sometimes the blade just snaps. Especially if it's one of my war-worn one. So I had to get a new set of scalpels.
Why did you just use the ship's funds? That technically is a ship.
I did.
Oh.
I did. I needed more medical tools. I told him which ones I needed and where to find them, because I typically get my tools in Waterdeep. And then I sent him out to go get it, because I'm old and I didn't feel like walking to the other side of town. He's a young, spry man. He can get there much easier than I can. And then he brought them to me. So now I have a whole new set.
Good.
Indeed.
Like, hopefully you'll have fun. Remember.
He pulls out like 3 scalpels
that.
and he goes, and these are some of my favorite ones. I keep these on me. They're very nice, very high quality. Blink, blink. And a little blood trickles down his hand.
You mean a tiny knife just in case we get attacked.
I mean, I would not recommend using a scalpel for combat. However, in a pinch, it could be done.
It's good for a nice stab. A neck stab.
Again, would not recommend for combat. I would recommend this. And he pulls out a machete.
That's a knife.
Yes, this is a real knife. This is a tool. This killing machine. Also, technically, this is a machete, so it's actually good for jungle for jungle vegetation. Then he puts that away. He pulls out a dagger and goes, "This is more better for combat." He puts that away.
You're the second healer I knew that carried a combat knife.
Wait, you don't carry a knife?
Yeah, you don't carry a knife?
I said the second healer I knew that carries a combat knife.
I mean, knives are useful as tools too. They're weapons and tools. You never know when you might need one.
Hey, there's never anything wrong with carrying a little Bowie knife.
Indeed.
Hey, sometimes you need to untie yourself.
And it's like, I have like 30 different knives for multiple occasions, so yeah, like knives are awesome. Like you definitely want to keep knives, man.
Hey, granted, even with the magic I can create knives, I still have a knife. And I take out my own dagger. A dagger that I've never freaking used in the 2 years we played this game.
I mean,
I got a paring knife. I got a stabbing knife. I got a slicing knife. I got a cutting knife. She starts pulling out. She only starts pulling out like knives of various different places. She's got like thigh holsters. She's got a boot holster. She's got like a knife holstered in her boot, on her outer thigh, on her inner thigh, one in her own bracers. She's got like knives that she's got hidden in like little sheets along her
And at this point,
tunic. She's got a couple of them stuffed in her bodice.
I'm leaning over my phone. It's like never.
She's down in like on the back of her collar.
I'm leaning over the phone. At this point, it's like never piss her off.
I'm pretty sure
that I have a knife. All right, she's got. I got one back here. She's got one over here. I even have a special hidden boot knife. She clicks the side of her boot, and a knife sticks out the toe.
I'm picturing Kingsman style.
Really cool.
Oh crap! I'm picturing the Kingsman style because that knife is also poisoned.
I mean, some are poisoned, some are not. I got my poisoner's knife right here, and she pulls one like on the back of her belt, and you see it's a knife that has small like pitted holes along the back part of the blade, where you would take like things of like cotton balls of poison, and you would use those, and you would like stick them into that blade, and the poison would drip down the blade onto the down the back part of the blade onto the blade itself.
Sucks you can't make poison. Sucks you can't make poison bullets.
You can theoretically.
Yeah, but they asked Drucilla to make it.
She goes, I mean, I don't use a gun, but I could try.
I raised like, yeah, because I'm the only one that uses the gun on a ship, because I'm the only one that has to go close. Just in case.
Yeah, like knives are important, Captain. You should always have. Everyone should have a knife. As she starts putting them all away.
I have this knife towards my sword to the back on my back.
I put my knives away.
Welcome back, Daniel, by the way.
I'm hungry. I'm gonna go. Hanging out in the kitchen made me hungry. I'm gonna go make me a small snack. Dr. S, you want some?
Of course.
Awesome. And she goes to the kitchen.
Anyone who owns a dog, make sure you have a fenced-in yard so it doesn't get hit by a car.
Oh shit!
Is your dog okay?
He doesn't own a dog. His wife's a vet, guys.
When y'all's dogs get hit by a car, y'all call mice people. This is what happens.
I remember when he said that his wife had an emergency vet call. It was probably for a dog that got hit by a car. Based on that statement.
So we've had a dog that got bit by a snake like 19 times.
Because the first 18 wasn't enough.
Were you able to identify the species of snakes?
To be fair, the dog was picking up the snake and shaking it around. So the snake bit multiple times. But in the dog's defense, the snake got too close to the owner's babies, and the dog attacked the snake in defense of the family. So,
I mean, technically, neither one was wrong. They were both following their natures.
Yes. And you feel bad for that because it isn't ever going to survive. It's just easier to put it down.
Really, is something bitten 19 times by a venomous snake going to have a great time?
No, but you got to be very proud of that dog. It went out like a boss.
May he rest in peace. So to catch you up on things, somehow, some way, the mission to poison the food supply and medical supply of the ship is successful, even though Dr. Ice tried to hail Drucilla to absolute failure.
What are you talking about? I think I did pretty good hurting her.
Okay, what did you do, Ice?
Okay, I had to polymorph Drucilla into a spider, but she had the mental stats of a spider, so I had to hurt her.
Okay, why did you polymorph the spider? She was at least still part of a gang.
We kind of stand out. You know, Drow, Aarakocra, Tiefling. We kind of stand out a bit.
I wasn't getting...
he wasn't there.
There's a reason I wasn't getting on the ship. I'm not just. I have a little bit of stealth, but I know better. I don't do stealth. When I go all out, I make lots of noise. Not the best item.
Yeah.
Well, even if the mission was successful, even though Dr. Ice's hit-on tip wasn't, and that we just wait for the ship to sail by, which is probably going to be in the morning. So get dressed, everyone.
So, did Ice and Drucilla stay on the ship, or did they get off and we meet
They're
up
they're
with?
they're with back. They're with us back in the Stormbreaker.
Okay.
I assume you were with us as well.
I hope so.
Based on my understanding of his instructions, he was the one that brought them on the Phantom Steeds in the first place. So presumably, everyone's on the ship now. All hands are on the ship and are accounted for, Captain. All crew is accounted for.
We're
Except for
just talking.
Steve. Steve has gone missing.
We're just
I'm
talking
kidding.
to
Steve's
Drucilla. We're just talking to Drucilla and freaking Dr. Blizzard because Shindu pointed out the fact that in the 2 years of this campaign, we haven't even talked to the crew. Barely talked to the crew.
I was making fun of them that they know so little about their actual fucking crew. I started going like, do you know the names of Negler's parents? Do you even know if he has parents? Do you know where Ryota's from? Why does he never talk? These are things you've never asked. You don't know shit about your people.
Yes, y'all don't. I at least try to pretend to give a shit and hang out with the crew.
You hang out with them, but you haven't really gotten to learn. You haven't really asked or learned much of their personal details of their life stories.
Well,
for example, even though most drows are lesbians, well, Drucilla's a lesbian.
Not all.
Shindu,
It's neither rare nor is it common. It's that in between.
I put that as background so we could move the story along and just kind of go, yes, I talk to the crew and hang out with the crew.
I know. I was more of like pointing out to them that like there's plenty of moments where they could initiate their own role playing scene with their NPCs if they so choose. Me personally, I don't care if you do or not. That's up to you guys to care. I'm down for whatever. I'm just here to create the world.
And I'm here to fuck it up.
Oh boy! Obviously, we're going to get some. Obviously, we're going to get some rest to prepare for, with a couple of scouts to look out for the ship.
Give me more detail on those scouts. How would you like to scout for the ship?
I just tell the net crew like, once you see the ship leaves port, alert us immediately. Assuming we're not up by then.
Oh, the ship hasn't left port yet?
Oh, it's like evening by this point. You guys spent most of the day. The way it worked was that you guys hid out of sight near the ship for the day because you started in the morning. Morning infiltration, not a good idea. Waited till evening. Drucilla and Dr. Ice went in there, did their thing, came out. You arrived at the Stormbreaker late in the evening. We're talking like midnight-ish. And presumably the ship will leave the next morning.
Well,
on the 20.
Can I retcon one minor?
What was it that you would have done differently had you been here?
Knowing that the ship hasn't left, I probably could have sent Drucilla and Dr. Ice onto the Stormbreaker once I got them to the shore. I would have headed back to the port town with the stone, because we have stones ascending.
Yeah, we have ascending stones. They could be used once a day.
And I just sit at the at the port fishing, waiting on the ship to leave. And when it leaves, just use the message of sending going, guys, they're en route. And then go back to this other thing and try to see if I can get down there before the ship does.
Okie dokies.
So because I can
is the travel speed of your Phantom Steed, out of curiosity?
It can travel, I think, hold on. Phantom Seed, it lasts for an hour. The creature for this, except for it can move 100 feet and travel on about 10 miles or 13 miles an hour. So it can travel 10 miles an hour.
All right.
Let's see.
That is 1 hex on this map. On the hex map. It is about 10 miles.
So that's about 2-3 hexes, so it wouldn't take me about 2-3 hours to get them down there and then turn around and go back.
No, I wasn't worried about that. I was more figuring out if you attempted to sit on the docks and wait for this ship to start to leave, and then go and then try to get back to the Stormbreaker crew. I was comparing your speed versus the Sigil's speed to figure out, would the Sigil be in position to be attacked before or after you got back to the ship? Was I was determining. It was determining whether or not you got to participate in the fight or not, or if you guys would have to delay your attack for you to catch up. Because
Do not delay the
pretty
attack.
quick. I was checking some stuff.
So don't delay the attack.
So full on speed and hope you catch up. Got it.
And when I finally get home, I'll pull up my 3.5 travel speeds, and I can tell you how fast I can move in an hour. I'm about 6 minutes from home.
I already have travel speeds here on my DMG.
Okay.
On foot, walking, an adventurer can travel about like 27 miles a day, something like that. That's walking, of course.
But
the exception is you'd have a fucking rowboat stashed off to the side, so you could rowboat your ass back to the ship if that would be faster than you flying to the ship or swimming to the ship. Depends. Let's see. So you have a normal pace. This is walking by foot. You can do 300 feet a minute, 3 miles an hour, or 24 miles in a day. If you go at a fast pace, you can do it. You can push it to 30 miles in a day.
Yeah, I'd be pushing it.
If we make the assumption that your flight speed travel would be similar to that of walking speed travel, from the island that you would ride your Phantom Steed to is roughly within the range of from that spot to where the ship would be, is roughly close to the same general area of that. But as I said, each hex is only a 10-mile hex. So it's like a 10 or 12-mile hex or whatever. And
yeah,
just 6-mile hexes. So, yeah, you will most likely be able to get to the Stormbreaker before the Sigil is in position. If the Sigil is moving at a slow speed because there's a giant sea urchin on it, which fucks up their speed.
Wait,
assuming they haven't noticed it yet. You have no way to know if they've spotted it or not. And thus removed it.
True.
What is the one? You might want to dive underwater to find out, just in case.
I could.
But that would remove the mystery. But is there anything anyone
down there? Maybe I can hang on to the boat.
Sorry, what?
I could hang on to the underside of the boat as it travels.
That is also true.
And I'll just
You could become a tiefling barnacle. I am a warlock barnacle.
Exactly. You never know.
Also possible,
It'd be
yes.
fun.
Anyway, seeing that it's midnight, I'll just greet the vampires and go straight to bed. Prepare for the raid in the morning.
The Duchess goes, "Ooh, how exciting!"
It's yeah, it sucks that you can't participate with us, but we'll give you the details once we finish.
Well, there might be a way. And you see Lady Katya behind her. She goes,
All right.
"No." She's like, "What?" And she goes, "No."
I'll see
No. And she's
y'all
like,
in a
"Really
bit.
telling me no right now, Katya." She's just like, "No." And they kind of just wander off as they have this like small argument.
I just laugh and head to my room to go to bed. Like, well, tomorrow's definitely going to be interesting. That's for sure.
I'm gonna take my place.
You hear like just the tail end of the conversation. She goes, "What? I think I'd look good in your armor." She just goes, "Please don't. Please don't." Because they do have a set of what remind you was daylight armor, which is a thing vampires have in this reality. Because Lady Katya has fought in the sunlight before wearing her special armor. As you recall, the Duchess did not participate at that time because she was in a coffin. Because they only have one set because the Duchess does not wear armor. Katya does.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure
The
Katya's
Duchess
not
looks
exactly
over
going.
at the night. She just goes, "What? I think I'd look great in your armor." She just goes, "Please, no. Please don't."
I'm pretty sure Katya is not going to interfere in this fight unless unless
Unless there
the
is a
Duchess
direct
is in
threat to
mortal
her
danger.
to her charge, she will most
She's
likely not
she's
give
not
a
going
fuck
to
about
participate
you.
in this fight unless the Duchess is in mortal danger.
Which will be very rare, given the fact that it's her literal job to ensure that is not occurring. Now, unless there's anything else that you guys wish to accomplish, do, or participate in upon this fine evening, I shall progress the time forward.
I can't think of anything. Even though I want to get that fang.
I mean, you could try and just take it.
Well, like I'm not gonna help you, but right now let's focus on getting that ship down first. If you want to get yourself killed
Hey, if
afterwards,
you're
you can
lucky,
go right
maybe
ahead
she'll
after
be in
that.
super danger. And then you can save her, and she'll be grateful, and she'll be like, thy reward. And you'll be like, I want a fang. She'll be like, here you go.
That is
You
an
don't
actually
know.
option.
You don't know.
We put us in
Anything can
some
happen.
danger.
The
Yeah,
future
Save
has
her.
infinite possibilities.
Save her.
yeah. Good luck with that. I will not be. This time I won't be saving you as you chose me from limb to limb.
But the sun rises on the next morning, the creaking sway of the ship as you awaken inside your various cabins and other places of whatchamacallit.
Existence.
Yes, wherever it is that you sleep.
Morning, Drucilla. All right, I guess she's busy cooking.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, she says good morning. Sorry, I was thinking if I was looking at something.
It's gonna be
You hear a
interesting.
mild muffled scream. You just hear,
What the fuck is that? As I raise my sword.
it's coming from the room that the Duchess and Lady Katya are occupying. It does not sound like either of them, but you definitely hear that it's coming from that cabin.
I head over.
I knock on the door like, "Are you alright, Duchess?"
I spread my wings to make as much of a light barrier as possible.
as a reminder, you have to go in through a door to a hall to another door to get into their room. So like, there's no concern about that.
No, I actually knock on the door. Like, are you alright, lady?
You go to knock on the door, and you just hear, Captain. I don't know where I am. It's really dark. I feel like there's something next to me, and it's very cold, and I can't move.
But the fuck.
It feels like I'm in a box.
Motherfucker,
Not
get
yet.
first mate and ice here right away. As I slowly open the door.
And as you hear that, you hear, what the fuck? Where'd you get in here? Did we invite someone new here? She goes, no. What the fuck? Huh?
Like, I just heard.
Click. And then you hear, oh my god! And then you hear the Duchess go, well, screaming at a woman the first thing you see her, when you see her first thing in the morning is quite rude. He just goes, I'm so sorry. I don't know how I got here. What is happening? You hear all this on the other side of the door. He's like, what is happening? And she goes,
I just open the door and go.
I just wait for like belay that order. Jeez.
and you just open the door and you see laying in the coffin is the Duchess, Lady Katya, and this random deckhand between the two of them. He was very confused.
I just wait for
what the hell is going on, and then she sits up next to him, and then she sits up next to him, and they're just like, I don't remember pulling a man into our coffin. And Lady Katya looks over at her and she goes, I don't remember doing that either.
So, and then I just look at the kid like, all right, deckhand, you gotta explain what you need to do, especially the morning before a battle.
I grab him by the neck and I start dragging him out of the room.
Thank you.
And I apologize to both Duchess. Yeah, I can't speak.
The Duchess looks over at Lady Katya. She goes, what did we drink last night? She goes, I think we had the. And she uses names the blood type. She goes, I think the B negative blood from. I don't know which donor gave that one.
The
deckhand goes, I'm B negative. He looks at his arms looking for bite marks. I don't see any. Checks his neck. There's a bite mark on one side of the neck, a bite mark on the other side of the neck, and he goes, what the hell happened last night? Okay, the last thing I remember. You know what? I'm going to keep that to myself.
Well, we have one.
As his captain standing next to him when he's about to, depending on what he's about to say. Give me an insight check, gentlemen.
Well, either way, we have one less deckhand now.
No, he's still alive. That's dead.
Yeah, problem is he's not going to be in combat shape by the time.
He doesn't participate in combat anyway. He's a deckhand. Jim Pan, you think that something really weird happened last night. It was too kinky for anyone to remember.
What about me with the 15?
For the 15, because you've taken time to try and learn about vampirism and hemocraft, blood and hemology, and you also take a moment and you kind of lean forward and you go, you smell alcohol in the deckhand, and you think you know what he was doing last night. Here's your deductive reasoning going through for you. He got into some rum rations that he's not supposed to have, got real hammered, and the Duchess and Lady Katya decided to imbibe and got hit with the effects of the alcohol in his blood, which is why none of them remember what happened last night and why there was a man in their coffin. Because they were like, yeah, I don't remember bringing anyone into our coffin. And she's like, I don't remember that doing that either.
Given the fact that I rolled a similar number, am I sure that I picked
You
up
definitely spent alcohol on this man, and you don't know much about vampirism, but you definitely know this man definitely got into alcohol that he's not supposed to fucking have.
Punishment?
Like
Up to you.
you're going to have some punishment after this raid, right?
He's like, why, Captain? I didn't do anything. They clearly invited me, didn't we?
Dude, I can smell the alcohol from here.
Dang it.
She is a beautiful duchess and a very sophisticated lady.
Not to mention close the coffin of our guest that could kill your heartbeat.
Hey, listen. Even drunk, there's no way I forced or overpowered either of these ladies, and you fucking know it. If I was in that coffin, they wanted me to be in that coffin. Okay? In my defense.
I punch him.
Drucilla's gonna have some fun.
The Duchess just goes, that would technically be true. There's probably no possible way he could have gotten in this coffin without our express permission.
Either with
And if he was drunk, that explains it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, either way, Drucilla's gonna have some fun with you later.
Either
I'm
way,
gonna have some fun
gentlemen,
watching.
If you don't mind, we'd like to rest for the day now.
I'm very sorry. Enjoy.
They had a busy night.
Of course. I will drag this degenerate out.
I'm
more roses.
very sorry. We'll inform you on the mission late.
You might want to give him some juice. We get very bitey when we get drunk.
And like as for you,
they kind of just like they kind of like wrap themselves around each other as they just pull the coffin back down close, and then you hear all the locks engage from the inside.
And I close the door, put my hand at that, and like, Drucilla's gonna have some fun with you later, and I'm gonna have fun watching.
And I will enjoy.
I don't think I'll slept with them. I don't think. This. I refuse to believe that the Duchess will sleep with me.
Yeah, according to this smell, it smells like you've gone to the officer's booze, isn't it?
No.
And I slowly squeeze his shoulder, like, I slowly squeeze his shoulder, like, are you sure about that? I could just toss you out to the ship we're about to raid soon.
Eyes, with that insight check, you don't think he knows the difference between the officer's rations or the non-officer rations. You think he just has a secret stash of booze somewhere that he's not supposed to fucking have, hidden somewhere on the ship? Which isn't uncommon. You guys find them every once in a while. Some of them you leave alone. Some that way you know where they are. And some of them you don't. It depends on the circumstances of the situation.
Yeah, that's not going to help. Sorry.
I think we need to have a good solid punishment. He needs to be just shy of the crow's nest. Let's
do that after the battle.
Oh, trust us. You're going to get punished.
Alright, for the rest of your crew that's not drunk, prepare for battle. Let's wait for Creed to alert us about the ship's departure.
Eventually, he pulls his shirt up, and as he pulls his shirt up and looks, he's got bite marks everywhere, all over his torso.
Well,
damn, they do get bitey.
Well, you definitely had some fun last night.
Hold on, and he just passes out. Funk. Then as you kind of look at him, you realize he's suffering anemia.
Yeah.
Crap.
Freaking idiot. I punch him, and then I bring him to the kitchen.
Hey, drag cans, drag him to the infirmary.
Just so you're aware, in character, that if there was two drunk vampire, if there was two vampires that got drunk off of his blood and then continued to bite him, there's literally nothing he could have done.
Like, hey,
Actually, he is the victim of
He's the
vampiric sexual
perpetrator.
assault.
like,
In a weird way.
hey, deckhands, can you drive this guy to the infirmary so he gets some blood? We can't exactly punish a dead guy.
Give him some liver.
So really, the only thing you can punish him for is the fact that he got drunk on the job.
Yeah. That's a punishment.
Duchess and Lady Katya both decided to embark in his particular blood is not his fault. Nor are their following actions his fault either.
Yeah, I get the fact that
Because
like
I will
the
point out
Duchess
that up to this
said that
point, both of them have shown an incredibly large amount of restraint. But when alcohol is in the blood, you get the result of this: a man who got just short of being fully drained. He's suffering anemia now, so he needs a blood transfusion.
Who else is B negative? Actually,
You don't know.
can we even tell that stuff?
I'm pretty sure
Dr.
Leibowitz knows what blood type is which.
Yeah, Dr. Leibowitz and I could probably figure
Put
it
out some medical records, and he shows you like what blood types are what.
Alright. Cross
Why
reference.
do you need to know who else has B negative?
We have a
Leibowitz.
crew member that's anemic.
Like these he got drunk, hang out with the vampires a little too long, and now is very low on blood.
Yeah, like they said, they get really bitey when they get drunk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't exactly punish a dead guy because, well, he still disobeyed a direct order from, not getting drunk on the job.
Yeah, it's
Combined with the
worse.
fact that they could have also easily charmed him. They have that hypnotic charm effect.
That is
They're physically
true.
more powerful than he is. Like I said, there is no one on the ship that can sexually assault these two vampires. Trust me on that one. They will easily overpower every man here. In fact,
Yes.
the men folk are more at risk than the women folk in this situation. You need to protect them from them. Otherwise, next time you may not get a semi-drunken, anemic sailor. You might get a dead sailor. Or a vampire spawn. Also possible. Pending.
And that would be a very interesting and strange situation.
Yeah, he definitely wouldn't be your crew member anymore.
No, he wouldn't.
So the order of what's goes, cool, he gets some blood, and he does a blood transfusion onto the man, he calls in another deckhand, does a needle in you, does a needle in you. And he just goes, cool.
Unfortunately, that means we're going to be short two decks.
Juice box.
Unfortunately, that means we're going to be short two deckhands. That's fun.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Meanwhile, back at the docks, Mr. Creed, you see some good fish. Some good fishing. Mighty fine fishing going on here. Which allows you to ignore all of the very open stairs as essentially a demon man is sitting on the docks fishing. And there's just like, oh, it's a tiefling. Oh. And they continue wandering off. And it goes like, oh, it's a tiefling. You hear that like 3 or 4 times throughout the day. Oh, it's a tiefling. You're a very rare specimen of tiefling. You have wings. Not all tieflings have wings, which is why they all come, oh, wait, no, it's a tiefling. About an hour or so after morning, the ship begins to make way and leave the port.
I will use the Stone of Sending. Creed to Captain Turd. Creed to Captain Turd. Come in, Captain Turd.
As a reminder of the, hold on. As a reminder, the way the item works, it's not a radio. It's a once per day sending spell. You send a message of 25 words or less. The target receives it. Target being the person holding the other pair, and then they can send a message back 25 words or less.
So,
They send
So,
one.
so you might as well finish your whole matches real quick.
so kind of like
The goldfish is leaving the koi pond, and I'm going to see if I can hitch a ride.
Like, Roger
Okay.
that. Hit your right as fast as you can.
Because it's sending spell, it literally can't be. It'd be intercepted. Still using code phrases.
Like,
Always keeping it interesting.
Like,
Hey, it can't be intercepted, but people around the dock can hear me.
like,
whether they know what the hell you're talking about is a completely different question.
That's true.
Roger jacked her as fast as possible. Thanks to last night with short 2 deckhands. I'll explain when you get back.
So, Creed, what do you wish to do now?
Well, I wish to swim over to the boat as it's backing out. This does take a little bit more time than normal. And attaching myself to the underside of the ship. And I have a whip to help tie me there. Yes, I will tie myself with a whip.
Cool. All right. You get down there. You see your old friend, the sea urchin, still hanging out. You wave to the sea urchin. The sea urchin just goes blub blub. It's a sea urchin. It doesn't talk. There's a lot of barnacles down there. Easy handholds to grab. If you don't mind rubbing your hands raw for a moment when you do so. You're able to latch on there fairly easily before the ship gets up to too much speed. I will, let's see, give me, this is the sea urchin and the barnacles down there. Give me an athletics check with advantage. Once it starts to get up into actual travel speeds, it may or may not, you may or may not get like taken off by the water current. Just what? As well as also just the endurance of like hanging out down there and shit for long periods of time.
Might want to use the what you call it.
Would you like to spend inspiration?
Raise inspiration.
Either that or use something else to catch up to us, because it's not going to be on the ship.
Let's go other.
Got a grappling hook and some rope. You can just kind of water ski behind the ship. Hope nobody notices you.
That'll be one hell of a stealth check.
First, it would require a fucking probably another athletics check or some kind of like ranged attack check or something like that. Just hook it on there, depending on how he did it. Right, I'm waiting for Daniel to confirm whether or not he wants to use inspiration or try a different plan.
I will try a different plan.
Okay, what are you gonna do?
Combining my whip, my net, and my rope, I will try to attach myself to the boat better. I have multiple things to grapple with.
Lunge that fishing rod.
In what way would you like to attach yourself to the boat? Or the ship, I should say.
The rudder, at the back, I should be able to get a decent gripping back there, because it hangs off just enough of the boat where I should be able to get the net around it and then hold on with the net.
Stand by.
I have rope, I have fishing gear, I can figure out. I actually have a net. You'd be surprised what I carry.
We should change the ambience real quick. No, I don't get you. Oh, wait, add. Really? Get out of here, you damn ads.
Y'all gotta love it when I pull something out of my ass to try to do something. Let's see what else.
Because we're currently underwater. Change the, you're underwater. So we're going to have underwater sounds. Blub, blub.
Blub, blub.
Blub, 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 blub.
Blub, blub.
Let's go with... I don't use rope skill anymore. That would be an easy pick. I'm going to go with... Oh, here we go. Let's go with sleight of hand. See how dexterous you are in terms of tying and manipulating and securing your nonsense that you got going on here. Your makeshift water basket.
19?
Imagine it's like you're taking the net and trying to turn it into a fucking hammock-like sack, and then tying a rope to the fucking rudder and just kind of hanging outside your water sack like you're a fucking school of fish in a fish net. Just is what I'm imagining in my head now.
I like to think I can help.
19.
How would you help? You're not anyone fucking near there. What are you fucking talking about, Kira?
Oh,
That was just me robbing somebody of a chance for a natural 20.
You're a
Yeah.
terrible person. I should take away your
including
inspiration.
us.
But just aside, a 19 is more than good enough. You create your water basket. You do your underwater basket weaving, and you make your water basket.
Then I'm gonna pull out Sonia. Sonia, so what do you think? Do you enjoy? Do you think this is gonna be a fun group?
So familiar, it doesn't actually talk.
We are all going
It
to
just goes-
die.
Its little beak kind of like nibbles on you.
Gonna pull out one of the fish that I caught earlier for Sonia to eat.
So I'm catching up with some of the gifts that we were posting earlier. I didn't see most of these. Anyway, you were saying something about fish?
I'm just gonna pull out one of the
you
that I
just,
caught
you just pull out a raw, fresh fish. And,
for Sonia.
oh, gee.
And then we rest in my basket of speed as we wait.
Fantastic. Stop that. Don't do that.
Step 2 of my glorious plan is successful.
Meanwhile, back at the ship, back at the Stormbreaker, preparations are being made. The first thing Vola has the crew do, as she prepares the ship for combat, is you come inside the ship where the ship name is. There's a little tarp that you guys kind of throw over the side. It kind of just covers where the ship is. The ship name would be. Essentially, they usually the equivalent of you hide your license plate. The ship equivalent of hide the license plate. You cover the ship name. And the Jolly Roger, or your version of the Jolly Roger, because everyone has their own little flair to it, gets pulled out and is attached to the flag line, but hasn't been raised just yet. They wait till it's time for dramatic effect. But they definitely pull the Luskan light, the Luskan flag down though. They just roll that up, put that away. You know, they're making your ship look less merchant, more pirate. They're pulling the mask off, revealing the true essence inside, the real soul. Are there any final preparations anyone wants to do before the Cathedral moves into position? Because you don't know how long you have. You don't know when it's going to get there. Because Daniel didn't inform you at what speed the ship was sailing at.
I would no. In order to make sure that I was on it, I couldn't tell them that because when it left the dock, it
But
leaves at a very slow pace.
It goes out slow, but eventually you know what pace it picks up to. But if you had, it's one of those hindsight things where it's like, if I had waited a little bit longer, I might have been able to inform of its traveling speed. But it is what it is. It's not a big deal. It's one of those things where like they don't know the exact ETA or close to an ETA, but you definitely know that you're not that far. It has to be no longer than a day. Even if they're traveling at their slowest pace, it will be within a day.
The only thing I could do is just hype up. The only thing I could do is hype up the crew. Like, all right, crew, listen up. We've done this before, and probably gonna do it again.
Let's get that booty.
Yep, let's get that. Yep,
let's get that booty.
Yep, it'll be a while, but let's just knock him over, get the booty, and enjoy and have some fun.
You're a few deckhands. Sweetie swoogie, we're going for the booty. Sweetie swoogie, we're going for the booty.
Yes.
You know what it means? You think it's an old Chulton chant? You have some deckhands that are from Chult.
Yep.
Sweetie swoogie, we're going for the booty. Sweetie swoogie, we're going for the booty. Crew seems in high spirits.
And we'll get ready for the ship to pass through.
Indeed. At its current speed, it is mid to late afternoon by the time it finally comes in sight.
All right, crew. We're practiced for this. Prepare for ramming speed.
That would be more interception, but okay.
Well, interception speed. You know what I mean.
Prepare to intercept.
Thank you.
As we make it to ramming speed. No, not ramming speed. Not ramming speed. And here, I think, since it's almost 2:30, this might be a good place to call it a day. Since most likely this encounter will take a full session length, and it is getting, it's getting about that time. I think this is a good place. I think this is a good stopping place.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Since obviously we're not going to be up till 7 in the morning, 7 in the afternoon for this session. So yeah.
Yeah. Some of us have lives and things that we have to do, like go help their wife with an emergency vet call. Sometimes things happen. But had fun preparing, gearing up. Next session, to battle.
Speaking of, how's your kid, Daniel?
How's the kid? How's the family?
She's good. She's sleeping right now. I'm trying to figure out what I can do to mess with the ship here.
I'm sure you can do a lot of things.
Unfortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunate or not.
Because here's the fun thing: there are actually rules in the naval code about like leaving the ship. So you would actually, I think, be operating on your own personal initiative while the ship's doing a ship initiative. So while the ships are each taking turns, you can just do other stuff, such as sabotage or assassinate. Also, I don't know if you were here for it, but this is Roxy, Daniel. It's my Chewini.
Ah. Remember, keep it in a fenced-in yard.
Oh, I don't even let her go out by herself. She has a bad habit of running off. This was originally the neighbor's dog until the neighbor decided that the kid who's supposed to have the dog wouldn't take care of the dog, and because she, for whatever reason, every time she got out of their yard, always ended up in our yard. We got first dibs on whether or not we wanted her, and my mom said yes.
Oh, jeez.
Ah.
Yeah, apparently the daughter who was supposed to be taking care of her wasn't doing what she was supposed to do, so they rehomed her. As like the neighbor straight through that window, the very first house, like directly behind my house, is where they live. So I could probably hit their roof with a rock if I threw it well enough from here. So they're not that far.
Eh,
But they have a lot of dogs, but this is the one that always keeps escaping.
geez, at least when we moved to a place that doesn't accept dogs, we willingly gave our dog to one of our neighbors.
Yeah, they willingly gave us the dog too. I'm not always joked about stealing it, but
Although obviously it's been 20 years, so she's long in doggy cattle by now, since she was an old dog to begin with. She's a very well-behaved dog. She doesn't bark like the other dogs, right? Yeah. Much better than Sheba and Blue and Minnie. They're so well-behaved and not an obnoxious little shithead. That's nice.
Yeah, she has this weird whining noise sometimes, though, if she really wants attention. She does it when I first come home from work. She hasn't seen me in hours. And she runs over, she's like, him. Because she hasn't seen me in so terribly long. She needs attention, and she needs it now.
Yes. No, I don't think
I really recommend you guys take time in between these sessions to review the naval code, catch up on naval combat, so you know all the things you guys can do and can't do, and things that you might want to keep in mind, and things you don't have to worry about, stuff like that. I know it's been a while since we've had a naval combat, which is why I recommend a good refresher on the naval combat rules.
Yeah.
Because and plus the PDF isn't even that long, so you can easily skim through it and check out any other rules that you are unfamiliar with. You'll kind of look through the table of context, get an idea of things you want to look at. But at least half the PDF is definitely like the combat rules. I would definitely recommend you read through some of that. That way, it will make things easier and smoother if we all have a refreshed reading.
I'm trying to figure out what insane thing I can do from back here.
Fireball?
Not a
We
warlock spell.
can't leave the ship floating in order to rob it.
Tony?
I'm trying to figure out how I can disable the rudder. Because if I can disable the rudder, that gives y'all an advantage.
That is true.
That means they can't flee from us that fast.
No, it means
Or
they
at
can't
all.
turn.
Sea urchin, so they also can't move that fast to begin with. Well, the rudder would fuck up their turning. Now, as for that, there are multiple ways to fuck up a rudder. You can smash it, break it, or you can just jam it in place so it can't turn.
And
you can also find where the rudder next to the wheel. You can also find where the rudder connects to the wheel and sever that connection by breaking the wood dowel that goes between the two. However, the mechanism works. I know there's something that connects the rudder to the helm, and if you find that mechanism and break it, they can spin that wheel all fucking day. The rudder won't fucking move.
Ty,
Yes.
you're the Navy man. You know this more than us.
He's a modern day Navy man. He's I don't think
Yeah, a
Ty's
modern day
about
Navy
sailing
man,
shit.
not Navy man in the,
He can tell you how
when
a
powers
how
are
a
born.
ship engine works, but I don't think he can tell you how a rudder works. Slightly different.
Oh, and Dispos was actually watching the stream and says blub blub.
Blub blub. That being said, the idea of just of jamming a rudder, it works on both ships. So like, if you found something that can like jam it up in there, like I don't know, you can wrap it in chains or something like that. Like there's different options you can try.
I
You
have
can
some.
think of some.
I'm thinking of it.
Spells like grasping vine, not grasping vine. Plant growth and
Wrong class.
web are also spells you may want to consider if you have access to any of those. Things that create like large areas of difficult terrain, of like things that grab or attach. I'm trying to remember. There's another spell that like Rangers Druids have that was
I have.
There's a
like,
lot
they
of
don't have those. I'm trying to remember what they are.
there's a lot of area of effect.
There's one. I don't remember. I can't remember if it's in 5th edition or not. I know it was in 3.5. It was a spell that created a large area of like twisting vines and shit like that. It was lower level than like plant growth because plant growth did something else.
Yes.
I think.
I know what you're talking about because when I played a druid, I used it to catch somebody falling off the side of a mountain.
Yeah, and I used it a lot as a ranger because I played a bow ranger. So when I needed to control the battlefield, I put this large. It was like 120-foot radius or like 60-foot radius. So it was like a stupidly large radius area that it mostly created difficult terrain and stuff like that.
Let's see. I do have the black tentacles that I could attach there.
I'm gonna look it up and see if it exists, and if not, I'm gonna pull my 3rd edition book and look it up. So I know it's around here somewhere. Yeah, plant growth does that, but it was I want to say it was a lower level than plant growth.
Give me a second. I can look it up in 3.5 in a moment.
Entangle. I just flipped to it. I just saw it right there the moment I saw it. Grassing weeds and vines sprout from the ground in a 20-foot square, starting from a point within range. For the duration, these plants turn the ground in the area into difficult terrain. Creature in the area, when you cast the spell, must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained by the entangling plants until the spell ends. Creature restrained by the plants can use its action to make a strength check against your spell save DC. On a success, it frees itself. When the spell ends, the conjured plants wilt away. It's very similar to the whip spell.
What is it called?
Entangle. So first level conjuration. Grasping weeds and vines sprout from the ground in a 20-foot square. So it's a lot smaller radius than it used to be, because I remember it was a much bigger radius back in 3rd edition.
There we go. I do have Entangle.
I think it was only a 30-foot radius in 3.5.
Yeah, there's a 30-foot radius sphere. This is saying it's a 20-foot square. So it's much smaller. So 20-foot square is 2 by 2 squares. So that's 4 squares. Versus a 30-foot radius, which is a 60-foot diameter circle. So as I said, it's much smaller radius. No, wait, no, 20-foot square would be actually bigger than what I thought.
Here we go. Entangled 3-5. 400 feet plus 40 feet per caster level is its range. 40-foot radius.
Yeah, see, 40-foot radius is a lot bigger than a 20-foot square.
Yes, almost twice the size, or more than twice the size.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I was imagining a 10-foot square. A 20-foot square is 4x4 squares.
But yeah, I used Entangle like mad whenever I had knee. It was just a great spell for general use. And as I said, I used it to catch somebody falling off the side of a mountain.
I was in that game once. But yeah, just to make sure we're all clear, this is a 20-foot square. This is a 20-foot radius.
Hang on,
There's a
where are
significant
you?
difference in area coverage between these two sizes. Both are 20 feet. One's a 20-foot square, and one's a 20-foot radius sphere.
Radius is a whole lot bigger.
Yes.
Well, yeah, because radius is half the circle, so it's actually 40 feet across.
Yeah, 40-foot diameter.
But I have the black tentacles, which I could cast on it to hold it. That
My tentacles might be able to work. It works similar to like Entangle. Since I'm right here, look at every tentacles. Oh, that's actually right there on the same page. Squirming ebony tentacles fills a 20-foot square on ground that you can see within range for the duration. These tentacles turn the ground into an area into difficult terrain, enters the affected area for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there. You must succeed on a dexterity saving throw, or take 3d6 bludgeoning damage, and be restrained by the tentacles until the spell ends. A creature that starts its turn in the area and is already restrained by the tentacles takes 3d6 bludgeoning damage. It can use its action to make a strength or dexterity check. Its choice against your spell save DC on success. Frees itself. Cool. I'll have to think how I would rule that if you did try to use the black tentacles on the rudder itself. I think instead of the ship getting a saving throw, I think I would have the helmsman make a pilot check as opposed to a saving throw. Probably do like that. And since the black tentacles does damage, I would probably have it where they would try and crush or smash the mechanism, so like the ship rudder will take damage over time and until eventually the mechanism is fucked up beyond all recognition. These are just my initial gut thoughts. I'd have to think more about it in terms of like how mechanically that would work, but that's my hot take idea, is do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
This will give me a little bit more time to check to make sure all my P's and Q's, all my P's and Q's and make sure my I's are dotted and my T's are crossed with my NPCs. I had to make a couple new NPCs for this fight. Yes.
And
well, I think it's more of I'm using stat blocks I've used for other people, but I had to make ones for more of a mercenary flair.
Now, most helms operate also with a rope base somewhere.
Yeah, that is generally true. As far as I know. Not an expert.
I have a few things I'm going to try and just keep running through them.
Dokies. But yeah, I already had some mercenary fighters, mercenary archers on hand, but I needed some extra variety of mercenaries that I didn't already have stat blocks for. But their stats aren't anything you haven't already fought before. I just needed to make ones tailored to a mercenary versus like a pirate or a navy officer. Yeah, that kind of thing. Because a lot of the NPCs you guys fight all use similar stat sheets with slight tweaks to better fit their particular background. Because like pirate swordsman, a military navyman swordsman, and a mercenary swordsman aren't all going to fight the exact same way, but they may use a similar stat block across the board. I have slight tweaks here and there. Plus, I also definitely don't use the same token for all three of those people. That'd be crazy. That'd be silly. But I look forward to this battle. Though I am confident that I will catch you guys by surprise with some extra little things. I'm sure that you'll. Actually, you know what? I don't know if you'll have a great time. I'm going to have a great time with the surprises I have for you guys.
Oh boy!
I'm gonna
when
just be
you see the when the DM says he's going to have a great time, and we don't know about you guys, we should worry.
Why?
Oh, very
I hope
much
you guys
so.
have a great time. You may or may not like what I have in store for you, but I'm going to have a fun time. It's going to be great.
I'm gonna be entertained, one way or the other.
Indeed. Dude,
Problem is, it's going to be entertained by us overcoming Shindo's chairs, or entertained by us finally dying once and for all.
And
It'll
what's
be
funny?
fine.
Y'all do realize if I was in cahoots with Shindu and wanted to mess with y'all, I could be setting y'all up for a trap.
It's true. This could all be a trap. You guys could be fucked right now.
What? So we have to make new character sheets after 2 years?
We had to have multiple extra characters.
Hey, we had a full TPKO. I'm saying that I run 2 different groups, and the other group's getting close to the end of their campaign too, because they are doing Rime of the Frostbane, and they're getting close to the end.
Just remember,
So I do look
somehow
forward to.
Creed will survive.
I'm
Creed's
sure.
a survivor.
Oh, I'm sure. If nothing else, a fucking Kraken tentacle will reach out and be like, "Mine. You are not allowed to die yet. I still have use for you." And he just takes you away.
Even without the Kraken.
And then next session, Creed's going to recruit new members of his ship.
No, he'll just go find another ship to go join. He's a sailor at heart and a fisherman.
Now, I imagine what would probably happen would be that some members of the Kraken Society become your crew in that situation. You guys go and you go do like secret agent shit.
Secret agent
man.
Can't believe somebody turned somebody into a spider and made her lose her IQ points.
Well, that's the way polymorph works. Spiders have intelligence of 1.
I like to think that Drucilla did pretty good.
And I believe you need a minimum of 3 to be sentient.
Yes.
Because dogs, canines, which are considered a smart animal, have an intelligence 2. Let that sink in. Dogs have an intelligence of 2, spiders of 1. I believe it was either 3 or 4 is the minimum for you to even be sentient.
Because a lot of things that require intelligence saves and stuff like that, it does say
the intelligence of like 3 or more.
Yes.
Or it has to be more than 3 or something like that.
3 or more. So, yeah. So just remember, I'm setting one of y'all up for a trap.
Are you? Oh no.
Maybe it's
next time. All right.
Maybe it's you.
D&D.
Maybe it's you, Shindu, that I'm setting up for the trap.
Who can say? We'll have to find out next time on D&D.